Do you know the best way to showcase your skills to employers or potential clients? Is the CV going to cut it? In today's world, most clients are looking for digital presence. And if you don't already have one, now is the time to start. Presenting a well-digitalized, flexible portfolio will definitely make you stand out from the crowd. Hello there, and welcome to a project video where you'll build and deploy your own ultimate web development portfolio from scratch. The portfolio you'll build in this video is like no other portfolio page you've ever seen so far. You can change the content of this beautifully designed website within minutes, at any time, from anywhere. As your skills grow, this portfolio will grow with you. Usually, the process of creating a premium custom portfolio would take you weeks, if not months, to complete. Thankfully, I'm going to teach you how you can do this in just one video so that you can use all the extra time to build projects you're going to fill the portfolio with. I'll also teach you how you can make all of the content on this page completely modifiable through a modern content platform. This is a project for developers of all skill levels. We're going to use React, SCSS, Sanity, and I'll teach you all the best practices that come into play when building a premium website using only the newest technologies. You might be wondering, what are the prerequisites for building such an amazing website? Don't worry about that. Besides some JavaScript and light React.js knowledge, this course is completely beginner-friendly. We're going to start easy and then move to more complex topics as we go. Every step of the way will be explained. Alongside building this portfolio, you'll learn React functional components and their reusability, React file and folder structure, the use of SCSS and Flex, pleasant animations using the most popular animation library, Framer Motion. And most importantly, you'll learn how to use Sanity Content Platform. Sanity will allow us to dynamically manage the content of the entire application. To support this video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. If this video reaches 15,000 likes, I'm recording another video just like this one. Also, make sure to stick till the end of the video where I'll challenge you to add your own code to this project to make it even better. At the end of the video, we'll also deploy the portfolio so that you can share it with your friends and get a job. With that said, let's go ahead and get started. As we always do, we're going to start from bare beginnings by creating an empty folder on our desktop. I'm going to name it JSM_portfolio, but feel free to use any name you like. After you have your empty folder, open up your code editor of choice. In this case, I'll be using Visual Studio Code, and I can simply drag and drop the folder into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once we're in here, we can go to View and then Terminal. We can also run the clear command to have a clean working environment. In here, we'll be able to initialize our React application, but also our Sanity Studio. So in this case, before initializing our new React application, let's create an empty folder for our Sanity backend. We can right-click right here and create a new folder called Backend_Sanity. To start off and come to this page, you can click the link in the description. The Sanity CMS team was kind enough to provide you with double the free included monthly usage. That includes 200,000 API requests, 1 million API CDN requests, and 20 gigabytes of bandwidth. That's going to be more than enough for 99.9% of people, myself included. So what we can do is copy this or press right here, go back into our application, change the directory or CD into Backend Sanity, and then we can simply paste what we copied. This is going to install Sanity CLI globally, and then we can press enter one more time, which is going to initialize our new Sanity project with the JavaScript mastery coupon code applied. So with that said, we are now inside of Sanity's command line interface, and we'll have to answer a few questions so that Sanity sets up the best project structure for us. The first thing we have to do is to log in. In this case, I'm going to log in using Google, so I'm simply going to press enter. There we go, login successful. Now we can simply close this tab and return to the terminal. The second thing we have to do is choose a project name. So in this case, I'm going to do JSM_portfolio. In your case, feel free to use whatever you'd like. In here, we can just press Y and then press enter to use the default dataset configuration. And for the project output path, we can simply press enter because the default configuration path has been already chosen. And finally, Sanity offers a lot of predefined templates so that you can quickly start with your project. You can choose a movie project, an e-commerce project, blog, or in our case, we're going to start with a clear project with no predefined schemas. I'm going to teach you how to do absolutely everything from scratch. Right now, Sanity's CLI is creating the default project files. Everything is being set up as we speak. Let's give it a minute and then we'll be right back. And the setup has been successful. Now we can run Sanity Docs to open up the documentation, Sanity Manage to open the project settings, Sanity Help to explore the manual, but most importantly, we can run Sanity Start to open up our studio. So let's go ahead and do just that. Sanity Start. Sanity Start just started. I went ahead and sped up the process for you, but most importantly, we can now go to localhost 3333. So let's go ahead and control click it. In here, we'll also have to log in. And this is our Sanity desk. Right now, we have an empty schema, meaning that we have to add new schemas to our project. So for now, we can stop this from running by pressing Ctrl C, and we can focus on checking out all the files and folders that were created for us by Sanity. Most importantly, the only thing we care about here is the schemas folder. And right now, we just have one schema.js file right here. To create our first real schema, we can right-click under schemas and create a new file. Let's go ahead and create the schema for our testimonials first. So testimonials.js. Inside of here, we can simply write plain JavaScript code. For example, export, default, and our entire schema is going to be just one object. Inside of our schema, we're going to have some properties. We need to have a name, which is going to be testimonials. Then we're going to have the title, which is going to be the same thing, but with a capital T. Then we have to have a type of that specific schema, and the type is going to be document. And finally, we need to specify an array of fields that our testimonials object is going to have. And the fields are going to be objects. The first object has to have a name, and the name in this case is actually going to be the name of the person leaving the testimonial. Then we're going to have a title. So we're following the same structure as we already have here. And that title is going to be name. And finally, the type of our name is going to be string. Now we can duplicate this object 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. And for the second one, we're going to say company. So name is actually going to be the company, title company with the capitalized C, and it's also going to be a string. Then we need to have the image URL of the person leaving the testimonial. And that's also going to be img URL like this. And finally, this is going to be of a type image. And when we have images, we also have to provide options, which is an object where we're gonna have hotspot is equal to true. Now, so far, all of this seemed incredibly intuitive. We have object with names, titles, and types, and everything is as we're writing plain JavaScript. Now, this is the first time that you might think what this hotspot actually means. Well, the key is whenever you're using some kind of software, always look through the documentation. One Google search is going to lead you to docs presenting images, and then if you search for hotspot, you can immediately see what does that mean. That simply means that the user will be able to choose the crop while uploading the image. This is the feature that you would have to implement on your own if we weren't using Sanity. With that said, the final thing in our testimonial, which is going to be the feedback message, of course, feedback with a capital F, and that is also going to be a string. And we just wrote our first schema. We can go back into schema.js, and right here, we can import it by saying import testimonials, and that's gonna be coming from /testimonials. And finally, we just have to add our schema in the array of types. Right here, we're just gonna type testimonials. And that is it. Now we can go to view and then terminal, and let's run Sanity start one more time to see if something happened in our Sanity desk. We can control click the link. And as you can now see, this looks quite different. Now we actually have the content here, and you can see our first document, which is testimonials. Now we can click right here and click create, and you'll be able to create a new document instantly. In here, we have some references for our old social media project. That's a nice throwback, but that's not going to be helpful in this case, where we can simply use the name such as Michael. The company can be Google. I found an interesting person on Google, and we can simply drag and drop. There we go. Now, of course, you can click this pencil right here, and we can crop him out to make a perfect circle just like this. Well, it's not perfect, but it should be good enough. And finally, what is he going to say? Well, let's say, great job, would recommend. And we can click publish. As soon as we click publish, the document is live. What we've done just now is basically implemented an entire database. Think about that. We've created a schema and added the ability for users to add new content to that database. How crazy is that? Imagine if we were working on a MERN application, MongoDB, Express, React, and Node. Just imagine how much time would we have to spend just to come to this point where we're at right now. It would take hours to set everything up, but we've done it in a couple of minutes using Sanity. Now that you understand how adding schemas work, we can go back to our Visual Studio Code, and we can continue adding all of the other necessary schemas. Since the process for adding all of these schemas is going to be basically identical, I'm going to leave a link to the folder containing all of the files for all the necessary schemas. Then you can simply drag and drop, and just like that, all of the other schemas are going to get populated right in here. Everything from works, brands, abouts, experiences, everything is right here. And as you can see, this is nothing more than what you've seen so far. If we go back to our Sanity desk now, you can see that the schemas for the entirety of our content are right here, right now. There is our testimonial, and as we go through the application, it's going to be incredibly useful that we already have all of this coded out. With that said, our work on the backend is now fully done. Now we can start creating our front-end application, and then later on, we're going to connect the two. So let's press Ctrl C, clear it. To initialize our React application, we can run npx create-react-app, and we can simply call it frontend _ React. This is going to initialize our entire React application in this folder. While this is initializing, I definitely want to say that it's been amazing using Sanity so far. It's really simple and efficient. In a matter of few minutes, we've created an entire database and we can immediately start adding documents to that database as we go. So it's going to be incredibly fun connecting this to the React application that we're going to create right now. And that application is, as you've seen in the intro, the ultimate web development portfolio. So let's wait until our React application is initialized and then we'll dive right in. To start with our React.js application, we can first open up the frontend React folder and see what we have in there. The most important in here is the source folder, where the entirety of our React application is going to be in. As you can see, we have a lot of files here with already some predefined code, but we won't be using any of that. So what I like to do is right-click the source and then completely delete it. Then you can right-click the frontend React and create a new folder, also called src. Inside of there, we can create a file that every single React application needs to have, and that is the index.js file. Inside of here, we can import React from React, and this is also the only file where we're going to import React DOM from React-DOM. This is going to help us connect with our HTML file. We are also going to import the app component, which we don't already have, but we can just write this here for the future. So from /app, and then we can also import the /index.css, which we also don't already have, but we're soon going to create it. And finally, we can say React DOM.render, and we can render our app right here, and then say document.getElementById, and we need to get a div with an ID of root. Let me explain what does this line actually do. If we go into the public folder and then index.html, inside of here, you can see that we have some meta tags, but I'm going to space it out properly. We have some comments, some links, but most importantly, we just have a body with a single div. And that div has an ID of root. So in this case, we're going to put our entire React application right here inside of this div with an ID of root. And that is exactly what we've done right here. We connected our app straight to the div with an ID of root. With that said, of course, now we need to create our app.js. So right here, create a new file, app.js, inside of the source folder. Our app is going to be a simple React functional component, so we can run RAFCE. This is going to instantly create a simple React functional component. If this didn't autofill for you, you can go to extensions and then search for ES7 snippets, and then we should see ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. You can install it, and then once you type RAFCE, you should get your component right here. We'll be using this a few times across this entire application, but if this doesn't work for you for any reason, you can of course type it out by hand. Inside of our app later on, we're going to import all of our other components. But for now, let's just leave it empty like this. And I always like to end everything with semicolons, so we're going to add them right here. Now we have our app, but we're missing the second piece of the puzzle, which is the index.css. So let's create a new file right here called index.css. This CSS file is going to contain just some basic setup. So down in the description, you'll be able to find a link for this entire CSS file, which is less than 20 lines. And as you can see, it only has a font import and the setup of some basic colors. That's about it. So again, just find it below, copy and paste it into index.css. Once you've done that, we have to install all the necessary dependencies needed to run our React application. So in this case, we can go to View and then Terminal. Right here, you can clear it if it's not clear already. To install all of the necessary dependencies we're going to use throughout this project, we first need to cd or change the directory into frontend React. There, we can run npm install, and then we can start listing out all the dependencies that we need for our project. The first one is going to be add sanity /client. Then we're going to need add sanity /image-url. Then we're going to need framer-motion for the animations, as well as node-sass for our SCSS files. We're going to also use React-icons for all the icons that you'll be able to see on the page, and I think that should be it. If we're missing something, we can easily install it later on. This process should take about a minute, so I'll be right back. And there we go, all of the packages have been installed, and you can see them inside of our package.json inside of the frontend React. So now if we go back to our index, you can see that we have this app, we have this index, and everything seems to be ready to go. Instead of having this as a div, let's just change this to h1 so that we can see it more clearly once we run our application. And to run it, the only thing you have to do is press npm start and then press enter. This is going to open up the application on localhost 3000. And there we go. If we've done everything correctly so far, we can see an h1 that simply says app. But now is the time that we implement the entire file and folder structure for our project, so it's easier for us to develop it as we go along. So first of all, we're going to create a few folders inside of the source. The first folder we can create is of course going to be the components folder. This is going to be for all of our smaller components. Then we're going to have the assets folder, and that's going to be for all of our images, which you'll be able to download from this video later on. Then we're going to have a constants folder, and this is going to be for imports of all of the files that we're going to constantly use. Then we're going to need our container file, and this is going to be for all of our bigger containers, meaning components containing multiple components inside of themselves. And these are the most important folders that we need to have. But of course, the files are what actually matters. So let's go ahead and create some containers first. Each one of our containers is going to be another folder, and it's going to say the name of our component or a container. So the first one can be about, and then inside of there, we're going to create the about.jsx file as well as about.scss file. Then we can create a new folder inside of the container, which is going to be our footer. Inside of the footer, we're going to repeat the process, footer.jsx as well as footer.scss. We're going to also need a header. So let's add a header component or a container, and that's going to be header.jsx as well as header.scss. And of course, I'm going to explain later on why we're using SCSS and not CSS and why is it superior. Then we're going to have our skills section. Inside of the skills, we're going to, of course, have skills.jsx as well as skills.scss. Finally, we're going to need a testimonial, which is going to have a testimonial.jsx as well as testimonial.scss. And one last folder is going to be work to showcase all of our works, which is going to have work.jsx as well as work.scss. That's great. Now we have all of these components, and we can start by creating the basic boilerplate structure for all of them. So let's start from top to bottom, and let's simply write RAFCE and press enter. This is going to create the about section. While we're here, we can also import the /about.scss, and we can copy that because we're going to need that for all the other components. So now let's repeat the process. Let's go to footer, RAFCE, enter, and then simply paste this here and change it to footer.scss. I know this is a lot of manual work, but if we do this at the start, it's going to be so much easier to code the application later on. Now let's move to our header. Again, RAFCE, paste this here and change it to header. Let's repeat the process for skills, paste the styles here, change it to skills, and only 2 more times left to go. RAFCE for the testimonial, as well as testimonial.scss. And finally, work right here. We can again paste this line and change it to work. Now we're done with all of our containers, and we are ready to start importing them straight inside of our app. So if we go here, we could do something like this. Import, let's say about from /container/about. And then we can repeat this process for every single component. But as you can see, that would clutter our view inside of the app.jss. So one great React.js trick I can give you is to export all of these components straight from the container. So the only thing you have to do to make this happen is right-click container, click new file, and create an index.js file inside of it. There, we can simply say export, default as, and then the name of the component, for example, about, and then from /about/about. And we can repeat this process for as many components as we have. So the second one on our list is going to be footer. By the way, to highlight all of these things, I'm holding Alt and then double clicking the words. That way I can change everything at once. So we're going to repeat the process for header, for skills as well. Then we're going to do testimonial. And finally, that's going to be work. Great. Now, what this file allowed us to do is to go back into app, and now we can import components. Instead of as a default import, we can use curly braces right here, and then we can list all of our components one by one in one single line. That's going to be about, footer, header, skills, testimonial, and work. And all of that is coming from /container. This is much more readable. The only thing we can do right now is create a div right here. That div is going to have a class name equal to app. We're going to add it later on, but now in here, we can list all of our components one by one. That's going to be header as a self-closing component. Then we're going to have about. Below that, we're going to have work. Then we're going to have skills. Finally, testimonial. And at the end, of course, footer with our contact page. The only component we're missing is going to be our navigation bar, and that's for a reason. Our navigation bar is not going to be a container, rather it's going to be a simple component. So what we can do is go inside of the components, create a new folder called Navbar. Inside of there, we can create a navbar.jsx file and also a navbar.scss file. Inside of there, we can repeat the process, RAFCE, and then import /navbar.scss. We can do the same situation inside of the components, create an index.js file where we can say export default as navbar from /navbar/navbar. Now, if we go back into the app, we can repeat the process by saying import navbar from /components. And we can list it right here, of course, at the top. Great. Now we have all of the components and containers that we're going to use throughout our application. So let's check it out in the browser. If we've done everything correctly, you should be able to zoom in by holding Control and then using a mouse wheel to see all of our components right here. Of course, this is looking awful right now. We just have a white empty page with all of the components, but each component is just a div containing the word, which is the name of that component. Of course, now our goal is to properly style and implement the logic for every single one of these sections, which are at the end of this video going to form a beautiful React portfolio. So I know this was a lot of manual work, but are you ready to start coding this out? We're of course going to start from top to bottom, implement the navbar, header, and then go to all the most exciting sections, which is the about and the portfolio section. Just one final thing we have to do before starting implementing our navbar is just implementing some general styles that we're going to use across our entire application. Remember this index.css? Well, we have to use these colors somewhere. And we also have to implement this basic app class name. So to do that, we can create a new file inside of the source called app.scss. And this is the last time that I'm going to provide you with some code, but this file simply contains the setup for all of the things we've done before, using the primary color inside of the app, specifying some classes with some background colors, primary backgrounds, and then setting up the container sizing and so on. Again, there isn't a lot of real logic here. It's mainly setting up classes that we're going to use later on. For example, instead of using these 3 lines every time we want to center something, we'll be just able to use this one single class. And the situation is the same with all of the other classes added here. They're just here to help us with the future development. So to link to this SCSS code is going to be down in the description as well inside of a GitHub gist. Once that is done, we should be able to just import it inside of the app.js by saying import.app.scss. And now we are ready to start creating our portfolio. Before we do that, let's just open up the browser and see what changes did this app.css file do. There we go. You can see that the only thing that happened was applying some fonts and also this background color that you can see right here. With that said, we are ready to start with the first section and component of our portfolio, which is the navigation bar. Now that we're starting to code our components, it might be a good idea to put the browser and the editor side by side so that we can see the changes we code live. To do that, I'm going to collapse our Explorer and then open up the browser. And there we go. This is already looking better. We can see what we're doing just on the side. So let's start with our navigation bar. This is going to be an HTML5 semantic tag called nav. Inside of this nav, we're going to have a few components. More specifically, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to contain our logo. So right inside of it, we can add an image that's going to have a source equal to images.logo. Every image also needs to have an alt or an alternative tag, and that's going to simply say logo. Now, you might be wondering, where are these images coming from? As I've told you, I'm going to provide you with all the assets for this project. So down below in the description, you'll be able to find a zipped assets folder. You can simply unzip it and then paste it straight into the source folder. There we go. I copied mine. I'm gonna delete the original and just rename this to assets. As soon as you do that, you can notice that you're gonna have a lot of images, about 1, 2, 3, 4, and then images of brands, as well as some backgrounds. Everything is prepared for you. Now that we have those images, just so we don't have to import one by one each time, we're gonna do a similar thing that we've done with the components using that one single index.js file. So inside of the constants, we can create an images.js file. Inside of there, we're gonna simply import every single image and then export it. Again, the images.js file is going to be in a gist down below. As you can see, just importing every single image there is and then exporting it so that we can more easily import it in one line with a meaningful name. And of course, we can create one index.js file right here in the constants to export all of these images. That's going to look something like this: export default as images, and then that's going to be coming from /images. What this is going to allow us to do is to go back into Navbar, and now simply we can say import images from //constants. And every time you have to use something from images, you'll always be able to import this same line. And then all of our files are going to be right in here in this images object. That's the exact reason why we're doing this. And again, I know that there is some code you have to write, but trust me, this is a pro tip that's going to help you with importing all of these images, because you don't have to worry about file names, and you also don't have to import all of them in a new line. Imagine, usually you would have to import every single file in a new line, but now all of the images are right here in this one images object. Isn't that great? Okay, so now we have our logo. You can see it right here, Mikhail, or Michael as we said. And right now we can continue with our navigation bar. Below this div, we're gonna have a UL, or an unordered list. This unordered list is going to loop through all of the elements that we need to have in our navigation bar. So we can open a dynamic block of code, create an array, and there start listing all of the elements, such as home, about. Then we're gonna also have work, skills, and finally contact. Once you have that array, we can call a .map on it, create an instant return function like this, where we don't have a curly brace here, we just have a regular parenthesis. So for each one of our items, we're gonna get that item, meaning contact, skills, work, and so on, and we want to return something. More specifically, we want to return a list item. That list item has to have a key, which is going to be equal to a template string saying link dash and then item to make it unique. Inside of our li, we're going to have an empty div that we'll be able to style later on. And then, of course, we're going to have an anchor tag that's going to have an href equal to a template string of hash and then item. This is going to lead us straight to that section of the page. And inside of the anchor tag, we can simply render the item. Let's save it. And right now, you can see that this just created the links for all of our sections: home, about, contact, work, skills, and contact. Looks like we have contact 2 times, so this one is extra. There we go. So this is going to be our navigation bar for the desktop devices. But of course, this isn't looking like a navbar so far. What we have to do is, of course, implement the styles. So our nav is going to have a class name equal to app__navbar. And this __ is a part of BEM methodology. By doing a simple Google search, you'll be able to see that you can create clean CSS with BEM methodology. BEM is essentially a front-end naming method, so it isn't any kind of framework or library or stuff like that. It is simply a naming method. A naming method that's going to help you know which elements are you styling. Block element modifier. I'm going to leave a link about this down in the description, so if you want to read more, you can definitely do that. Our div is also going to have a class name equal to app__navbar dash logo, and then our UL is also going to have a class name equal to app__navbar dash links. And of course, our individual link also has to have a class name, which is going to be equal to app__flex. We discussed that. This is going to center the element. And then finally, p-text, which is going to make it a paragraph text. And this is going to be it for now, but of course we have to implement the styles to be able to see the changes. So let's clean up our working environment by closing all of the files we're currently not using. You can hold Control and then press W a few times, but make sure that you're in the Visual Studio Code window. There we go. We're going to close all of that and just open up the things that we need: Frontend React, Source, Components, Navbar, and we also need a navbar.scss. So let's start with styling the navbar. That's going to be .app__navbar, and let's give it a width of 100%. Then let's also make it a display is equal to flex, justify dash content is equal to space between, and align dash items is equal to center. Okay, now we have our logo on the left side and all of our links on the right side. Let's also provide a bit of padding, like 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. There we go. This is looking more like it right now. It would be also cool to provide a light background. So we can say background is equal to RGBA 255, 255, 255, which is going to be a plain white color, but we can provide opacity of 0.25. That's going to make it just a bit lighter, and it's going to appear like it's above the current background. One cool CSS property is the backdrop dash filter. In here, we can say blur of around 4 pixels, and it's hard to notice right now, but once we scroll later on, you'll be able to notice that there is kind of a blurry background around the navigation bar. And since this property is not available on all browsers, we have to copy it, paste it below, and then say dash WebKit dash backdrop dash filter, and then keep it at blur is 4. Let's also add a border of 1 pixel solid RGBA 255, 255, 255, and then 0.18. I found that color to work best for the border. It's barely noticeable. Our navigation bar is going to have a position equal to fixed so that it stays on top. And there we go. Now you can see the backdrop I was talking about. It's blurred behind. And we also want to provide a Z index of 2 to make it appear above the content. There we go. Now let's style this logo a bit. And we can do that by saying .app__navbar dash logo. Display is going to be flex. Justify dash content is going to be flex dash start. And align dash items is going to be center. That's going to space it up just a bit. But now check this out. This is going to be the magic of using SCSS. Instead of repeating this entire class and then targeting the image inside of it, to create a completely new style sheet right here below the current one, what you can do with SCSS is have nesting properties. So if we're already talking about this, why create a new class? We can simply take this image and say, target the image that's inside of the app navbar logo. That makes more sense because if you look at the JSX, there actually is an image tag inside of a div with a class name app navbar logo. So this just makes more sense and it saves some lines of code. Let's change the width to be 90 pixels and also the height to be something like, let's do 20. There we go. One crazy thing about this is that we can keep nesting however we want. And we can also add media queries straight for specific elements. Like right here, we can say media screen and min-width is 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for extra large devices. There, we want to increase the width and the height a bit. So we can copy this and change the width to be 180 pixels and height to be 40 pixels. Of course, this is only noticeable on extra large devices, but I just wanted to show you that we can add media queries straight inside of the elements or specific classes. Now let's move on to our links, which look quite ugly right now. That's going to be .app__navbar dash links. There we can set the flex to be equal to 1, like this. That's going to make this div take up the rest of the space that logo doesn't take. Then we can make this container display flex, justify content center, and align dash items center. Now they're appearing in a row because as soon as you apply the display flex property, everything appears in a row. Then we want to apply the list style equal to none, but I think that's already applied because we use the repeat text tag. Then we can target the individual li item inside of the app navbar links. Let's give them some margin, like 0 and then 1 rem. Okay, this is already looking just a bit better. Of course, the cursor needs to be pointer because the user needs to know that this is actually clickable. And we're gonna change the flex dash direction to be equal to column. Now, remember, inside of this li, there is a div and there is an anchor tag. And using SCSS, we can specifically target this div that's inside of the li as well as the anchor tag that's inside of the li and apply specific styles to them. So this div is going to have a width of 5 pixels. It's also going to have a height of 5 pixels. It's going to have a background, which is transparent. And it's also going to have a border dash radius of 50%. Finally, let's apply a margin bottom of 5 pixels. As soon as we save that, you won't be able to notice the changes yet. But as we style the anchor tag, you'll be able to see the things that these changes made. So for our anchor tag, let's change the color to be equal to var and then dash dash gray dash color. So in here, we're actually using the CSS variables that we created right inside of our index.css. This is great for theme colors that you'll be reusing across your entire application. Then let's set the text decoration to be equal to none to remove that ugly underline. There we go. It's already starting to look more like it. Let's change the flex direction to be equal to column. Also, of course, text transform is going to be uppercase. Okay, that's looking more like it right now. And let's also add the font dash weight to 500, which is going to make it bolder. In this case, let's also apply a transition. And transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds and ease in out. This transition will be visible once we add the hover. And take a look at this. Instead of writing a new class, a and then hover like this, you can immediately just put a $sign here, which means that this is referring to the element we're inside of, and then hover. So now you know that this hover is referring to this anchor tag right here. Inside of this hover, we want to change the color of the anchor tag to var dash dash secondary dash color. Now, if we save that, you can see that our color slowly transitions into blue. It's a quick transition, doesn't take a few seconds, but rather just 0.3 seconds to get to full blue color. Great. Now we also want to add a hover to our li, so you know what to do. Right here, we have to find where our li is, and it's ending right here. So we can say and hover. Inside of this hover, we're gonna want to target the div and change the background color to be equal to var dash dash secondary dash color. So if we save that, you can notice that now we have this dot, and that is what that div was for. You can see width 5 pixels, height 5 pixels, and then border radius 50 to make it in a circle. So now this is looking great. Once you actually hover over it, you get that dot indicating that you want to go to that section. And if we look at the finished application and hover over these, you can see that we've achieved the desired state regarding our navigation bar. But what happens on mobile devices? We cannot fit all of these properties, so we have to turn this into a hamburger menu. Once you click over it, then everything pops up from the right side. That is going to be our next task, so we have to go back into our navbar, and below it, we have to implement the mobile navigation bar. Right below our UL, we're going to create a div element right here that's going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore navbar dash menu. And in there, first of all, we just want to have one icon. So let's go ahead and import the icons at the top. We're going to need two different icons. So we can say import hi menu alt 4 as well as the hi x. And these are coming from react-icons /hi. We're gonna also use framer motion here, so let's import in curly braces as well, motion, which is coming from framer-motion. Now we can scroll down, and just at the top right here, we can use our first icon, which is a self-closing tag of hi menu alt 4. And we're going to add an on-click property on it, where we're going to have a callback function. And once somebody clicks it, we're going to toggle the state. So set toggle is set to false. Of course, this set toggle doesn't exist yet. So just at the top, we can create a new state. There is a cool shortcut. You just start typing use state, and then you can click this use state snippet right here, which is going to create it for you. Now, without moving your cursor, just start typing the name, toggle, press tab, and then you can immediately set the default value. The last thing we can do is simply import use state from React. Now in here, I miswrote this is going to be true because we want to open our menu. And then just below that, we can create a dynamic code block where we can say if toggle is true. In that case, we want to render our mobile navigation bar. And we can put this in one line like this. Now our navigation is going to be a div, but a special div, a motion.div. So this is how you use framer motion. You just type motion and then the element you want to use. We're going to put this in multiple lines because we want to add some properties to it. More specifically, while in view, then that's going to be an object that's going to have x property equal to 300 and then 0, meaning it's going to take 300 pixels. And we also want to add a transition, and that transition is going to have a duration, which is going to be 0.85 seconds, and also ease is going to be ease out as a string. Of course, if you want to learn more about all of the properties that you can use while using framer motion, you can check the framermotion.com site, and in here you can see the overview as well as all of the components and animations that you can use. So if you want to learn more on how to create animations using framer motion, definitely make sure to check out their documentation. But for this video, I'm going to explain every single line that we write. If you'd like me to create a more detailed video on framer motion and animations in React, just feel free to like this video and let me know in the comments. I might do a project that's solely teaching you animations. With that said, we can go back to our app and we can add something inside of that div. Right here, we of course have to have our X icon. So that's going to be hi X, and it's going to have an on click, which we can basically copy from here. The only difference is that it's not going to be set to true, but rather we want to close it. So it's going to be set to false. And then inside of there, we can simply copy our entire menu list right here, paste it just below our icon. And let's see if we have to change something. Our li is not going to have these properties at all. The only thing it's going to have is going to be the key, but it's not going to be link anymore. We just want to show the item. So we want to differentiate these links from the links above. In this case, we don't have to have this div, and the anchor tag is going to still be the same, but we also want to close our navigation bar if the item is clicked. So on this anchor tag, we can also add an on click to close it once we click on a specific link. Let me show you what I mean. If we open up our navigation bar and go to contact, we want to close our navigation because we want to see the actual section we're going to. Great. So that part is now done. Of course, we are yet to implement the styles for this. So let's see how is it going to look right now. So right now, if we collapse it, nothing is going to happen. So let's go to our styles, and we want to add something to the app navbar links. So you can click right here. That's going to point you to the end of this specific style. And right here, still inside of it, we want to add a media query. That's going to be add media screen, and we can set the max width to be equal to something like 900 pixels. So for devices wider than 900 pixels, we want to set a display is equal to none because we want to trigger a specific menu. And there we go. Now, of course, below this entire app navbar links, we can target .app__navbar-menu. And in here, we can set the width to be 35 pixels. Height is going to be 35 pixels. Border radius is going to be 50%. And position is going to be relative. Nothing is happening yet, but let's add a few more styles. Display is going to be set to flex. Justify-content is going to be center, as well as the align-items is going to be center. Finally, we want to change the background color to be var-secondary-color. Okay, there we go. We're working on this button right here. And now let's target the SVG inside of that button. In here, we can immediately target the SVG element. Let's give it a width of something like 70%. Let's give it a height of 70% as well. And the color can be var dash dash, and then that's going to be white dash color. There we go. This is already looking more like it. Now we want to target a div that's below this SVG. So we can say div. Position is going to be fixed. And if we save this, nothing is going to happen yet. We can slowly see it if we one time click on this specific element, but it quickly disappears. So let's keep adding more things to it until we can see it for the entire time. The top is going to be 0 because we want this menu bar to appear at the top. The bottom is going to be 0 as well. Right is going to be set to 0, and then Z index is going to be set to 5. Let's also give it padding is equal to 1 rem. Width is going to be set to 80%, not 100. So let's change this to 80. There we go. Now we can see what we're working on. We have our home, about, work, skills, and contact. Height is going to be set to 100 VH, not percent VH, which stands for vertical height. And now everything comes down to the bottom. But a quick display flex is going to fix that. Then we have to add the justify-content is going to be flex-end. Align-items is going to be flex-end as well. And flex-direction is going to be set to column. Now we can add the background. In this case, background is going to be URL /assets/bg white.png. We cannot see it yet, but I think it just covered the text. Then we also want to add the background color equal to var white color. We also want to use the background size, which is going to be cover. And finally, background repeat is going to be set to repeat. Let's save it, reload the page. And if we click it, now we can see that we have this nice sidebar that pops up, but we have our content at the bottom right, which doesn't look good just yet. But we're going to fix that really soon. Let's add a box shadow on top. So that's going to be box-shadow 0, 0, and then 20 pixels. And the color is going to be RGBA. I found the numbers 168, 168, and then 168. And then the opacity 0.15 to work the best. So if we save this, you can see this light shadow appear right here. Now we're still styling this div right here. If you think about it, that div is going to be the motion div we're talking about, but we also have an SVG inside of it, which is going to be the close icon. So now let's style the close icon. Remember, we're still inside of the div, but now inside of the SVG as well. I think we can mostly copy what we had from the old SVG, paste it here, but the width and the height are not going to be 70%, they're going to be 35 pixels. And most importantly, the color is not going to be white, it's going to be secondary. Now we can see this big close icon. Let's also add a bit of margin, 0.5 rem and 1 rem on left and right. Finally, and most importantly, we want to style our list. So right here, we can target the UL. Let's give it a list style to be equal to none to remove those bullet points. That didn't seem to do it yet, but we can easily remove them on the list item as well. So we're going to keep it for now. Then, of course, we want to change the margin to be 0 and padding to be 0. And also, let's change the height to be 100% as well as the width to 100%. So now our UL list is taking the entirety of this space. Let's make it a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is equal to flex dash start. Align dash items is equal to flex dash start. And finally, flex dash direction is set to column. I'm gonna reload the page. Click this button right here. And all of our content is still on the bottom right. Finally, let's transition to changing the LI right here. Let's set the margin to be equal to 1 rem on every single item. And it looks like to me that these styles are not getting applied. So what I'm gonna do is go back in here and look into here. It looks like we're missing this UL right here, and that's the reason why the styles haven't been applying. So what we need to do is simply copy this entire UL and wrap our LIs with it. That was a rookie mistake on my end. So let's simply wrap everything with a UL. And in this case, we don't need our class name. Let's save it. And there we go. This is looking so much better. I was wondering why the styles haven't been applying, but that is now fixed. Inside of our LI, we're going to have an A element, which is an anchor tag. So we can simply set the color of that anchor tag to be var, and then that's going to be gray color. So right here, gray, there we go. Of course, we want to remove that ugly text decoration, which is going to be set to none. Font dash size is going to be set to 1 rem. Text dash transform is going to be set to uppercase. There we go. And font dash weight is going to be set to 500. Again, we can copy the transition we had above. So let's find our transition. There we go, as well as the hover. We can go down and paste that transition right here inside of our anchor element alongside the hover. Let's save it. And now this is going to slowly turn into blue. Great. These are the best transitions and animations when you can barely notice them, but they are there and they improve the quality of your software. Now we want to go all the way out to this div. Let's see, where is it ending? So it's ending right here on this purple tag in my case. And we want to add a media query right above it. So there's going to be a media query, media screen, and we also want to add min width in this case. So let's change this to min width, which is going to be set to 900 pixels. There, we simply want to set the display to be equal to none. This way, if we expand this over 900 pixels, this is going to completely disappear. And of course, we have to repeat the procedure with our entire menu, app navbar menu, so we can simply copy this and paste it here as well. That's going to remove that icon. Now we have just the menu for the desktop devices, and if we do this, a new menu is going to appear. That is beautiful, and with that, we're done with the styles for our mobile menu. Now let's expand this to the full browser size, full HD, and it's looking glorious. It's looking great. We have our name, our logo on the top left, and also we have our links in the middle. Now, if we right click and click inspect, right now I'm testing on iPhone 12 Pro. You can see that this is looking great as well. Our menu blurs everything that's been needed. This is going to be moved down later on. And we have this nice hamburger menu that when you click it, shows a great mobile menu with this clean background with the circles. Looking great, and we are ready to start coding our main hero section. Let's get started right away by collapsing this a bit, closing our navigation bar, and then collapsing everything, going to front end, source, app, and then you can simply control click header. This is going to be the section that we're going to implement next. So let's close this as well and prepare everything for our next section. To start with our header here, we can first import motion from framer-motion because we're going to animate it. And then we also want to import some images. So right here, we can say import images, which is going to be coming from // constants. Our header CSS is already imported. So we can start with the div wrapping our entire header or a hero component, however you want to call it. In here, our div is going to have a class name equal to app__header and also app__flex. Inside of there, we're going to have an animated motion.div. And that div is going to have a few animation properties, such as while in view, there we want to give it an X property, which is equal to -100 and 0, meaning that it's going to animate from the minus value. You're going to see it in action really soon. And then we also want to change the opacity of the animation. So it's going to animate from 0 to 1, meaning from fully invisible to fully visible. Just below that, we're going to have our transition, which is going to be equal to duration of 0.5 seconds. And finally, the class name is going to be set to app__header-info. Inside of our motion div, we're going to have a normal div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__header-badge. Inside of there, we can have one more div, which is going to have a class name equal to badge-cmp and also app__flex. Inside of there, we're going to have a friendly span, which is simply going to have a wave emoji. So we can simply Google for wave emoji. And right here, you can slowly copy it and paste it right into here. There we go. Below that friendly wave emoji, we can have a div that's going to have a style, an inline style, equal to margin left is 20. And inside of there, we can have our p tag for paragraph that's simply going to say, hello, I am. Let's also give it a class name equal to p-text. And just below that, we can have an h1 element that's going to have a class name equal to head-text, and it can say your name. So let's stay consistent and use Mikhail right here. Of course, you can definitely put your own name right here. That's the whole reason why you're doing this. And we can still see that that is happening, but our header is still below our navigation bar. Of course, we're going to fix this as soon as we add styles. But for now, just so we can see what we're doing, you can go to app and simply comment out the navigation bar, and there we go. Now you can see your name here, and if you reload, you can see that it animates from -1 pixels. See that? From the left to the right. And the opacity also changes from 0 to 1, but it is incredibly quick, 0.5 seconds. If you increase this to like 5 and reload, you can notice how slowly it moves 100 pixels and changes the opacity. Framer motion is really powerful and quite intuitive. Now below, not this div, but rather this entire badge div, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to badge tag-cmp and also app__flex. There we want to have two different paragraphs, so we can copy this one and paste it 2 times. They're both going to be p text, but in here we can say what are we doing. Let's say that you are a web developer, and also right here you can say freelancer. Or maybe you do UI UX design as well, so you can put that here, or whatever else explains what you best do. There we go. Of course, it's not looking great at the moment because we haven't added any styles. Now, below this motion div, we're going to create 2 more motion divs. So motion.div, and we can already copy it and leave some space for the next one. Inside of this second motion div, we're going to also add some properties here, and we can copy these 3 that we already have. There we go. Paste them right here. Of course, they're not going to be the same. For the second one, we just want to change the opacity. It can also be the duration of 0.5 seconds, and we can also specify a new property, delay children. So we're going to delay the display of children for 0.5 seconds. So first, this div is going to happen, and only then are the elements inside of it going to start showing up. And the class name is not going to be header info, it's going to be header img. So inside of there, we just want to have one img tag, and it's going to have a source equal to images.profile. And alt tag is going to be profile-bg. There we go. Our huge Mikhail is right here. And now you can notice that this is going to look a bit empty. There's just a gray background all around our Michael. But what we can do is we can add a new background right there. And that background is going to be a motion.img. So this is the first time that we're animating an image instead of a div, but you can definitely do that. You can animate any element you'd like. And right here, we also need to have these 3 properties, but in this case, we're not going to change the opacity. Rather, we're going to change the scale. The duration is going to be 1 second, and the ease can be set to ease in out. This simply signifies how the animation is going to play out. Is it going to be faster at the start, or is it going to be faster at the end? Of course, we need to provide all other basic image properties like source, images.circle, and also we can provide the alt tag, which is going to be profile-_circle. And finally, class name is going to be overlay_circle. We can delete this class name from before right here. If you reload the page and scroll down, you can see this big circle appear. Of course, with styling, we're going to make that circle appear behind Michael. So the last thing we have to do is implement the last motion div. This motion image is going to be a self-closing tag. You can also do that using Framer Motion. So we don't need this, and we can space this out properly. Great. So our last motion div is going to have variants. And in here, we can provide different variants on how we want to scale different elements inside of this div. This variant is going to have a few properties, so we can name it something like scale variance, and then we can declare it at the top above our component. Const scale variance is equal to an object where while in view, then we can provide specific properties. And that's going to be an object. Of course, in here, we don't have an equal sign. That's going to be a colon. We want to change the scale from 0 to 1. We also want to change the opacity from 0 to 1. We also want to add transition, which is going to be an object that's going to have a duration equal to 1. And the ease is going to be set to ease in out, like that. We added quite a lot of properties to make this animation even better. Now we can copy scale variance and put it right here under variant. We also want to have while in view, and that is going to be equal to scale variance dot while in view. Finally, we need a class name, which is going to be simply app__header dash circles. And what are we going to put inside of this div? Well, remember those little floating bubbles appearing behind Michael? that have images of different technologies, well, that's exactly what we're doing. So we can open a dynamic block of code, have an array, images.flutter, images.redux, and images.sass. Then we can simply call the .map, get an individual circle, as well as the index, and then we can instantly return something. And that something that we're going to return is going to be a div that's going to have a class name equal to circle-cmp app__flex. And it's going to have a key, of course, because we're mapping over elements, that's going to say circle dash and then index. And inside of there, we can render an image that's going to have a source equal to circle and an alt, which is going to be equal to, let's simply say circle. There we go. Let's save it. Now let's see if we can see some circles around here. Nope, they just quickly flash and then they're gone. So of course, we'll have to modify this with styles. But that's good because now we implemented the entirety of our header and now we can focus on adding the styles. To open up the styles, just go to header and then header.scss. Inside of here, since we're working on a main section that we want to be able to scroll to, we're going to give it an ID of home, and that's how we're going to style it. Of course, our header right now doesn't have that ID, so let's provide ID equal to home. Inside of our home, we want to have the position is equal to relative. Then we want to give it a background as well, not a background color, just a background that's going to be a URL. And that's going to be /assets/bgimg.png. That just added another circle right here, but it's going to look so much better once we actually add all the styles. And if we expand this, we can barely see these big icons right here. Don't worry about all of this mess, these circles, icons, and our happy Michael, because we are going to style all of this right away. So let's get to it. Let's change the background dash size to be equal to cover. And this is something that you're going to always do whenever you're using an image as a background. Then we want to set the background dash repeat to repeat, as well as background dash position to be equal to center. Then we want to disable the padding to do .app__wrapper. Padding is going to be set to 0. And also later on, we're going to add a copyright. So right now we can immediately set a display is equal to none right here. Now let's start styling our app header. So just below this home, we're going to do the .app__header, and we're going to set the flex to be equal to 1. Then we want to change the width to be equal to 100%, as well as the height to be equal to 100%, because we want our main section to take the entirety of the page. Then finally, flex-direction is going to be set to row. We want to set this explicitly here because we can change it later on depending if we're on mobile or desktop device. Let's provide some paddings like 6 rem, 2 rem, and then 0. There we go. That provided some space for the navigation bar. So I think we should be able to bring it back right now. There we go. This is already looking like something. Well, who am I lying? It's still looking really, really bad. But let's continue. So right here, we're going to add some media queries because this is not going to look good on all devices right out of the box. Add media, screen, and min-width 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for incredibly large devices. Padding top is going to be 8 rem. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times. And for the second one, we're going to have max width. So if the maximum width is up to 1200 pixels, in that case, we want to change the flex-direction to be equal to column. That means for mobile and tablet devices, as you can see right here. But if we expand to desktop, then this goes in a row. Great. So let's go back. And the last one is going to be purely for mobile devices, where max width is going to be 400 pixels. And there we just want to reset the padding. So padding is going to be 6 rem, 1 rem, and 2 rem. So if we collapse this, you can see that it's looking kinda okay on mobile, but that's going to be fixed really soon. So now we can focus on the header info, which is this part right here. So that's going to be .app__header-info. We can set the flex to be equal to 0.65 because we want this to take about 65% of the screen. Then display is going to be set to flex. Flex-direction is going to be set to column. Justify-content is going to be set to flex-start. Align-items is going to be set to flex-start as well. And finally, height is going to be set to 100%. Add media, screen, and in this case, we want to have max width of 2000. So this is for extra large devices. There, we're gonna put the width of 100% as well and set the margin-right to be equal to 0 rem. There we go. Now we can see that this comes right here. Now we want to change the header badge. So let's go down, .app__header-badge. Let's give it a width of 100%. Let's make display equal to flex, justify-content to flex-end, as well as the align-items to flex-end. And finally, we want to make it flex-direction is equal to column. There we go. Now we want to change the badges. So specifically, we can say .badge-cmp and then comma .tag-cmp. So we're changing both of these tags at the same time, padding 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. There we go. Let's also give it a border. So border is going to be var-white-color. Okay, we cannot see it yet. Let's scroll down. Nope, nothing to see here. But just a few more properties and we'll be able to see the changes. Border-radius is going to be 15 pixels. Flex-direction is going to be set to row. Width is going to be set to auto. And finally, box shadow, which is going to give it that floating effect, is going to be set to 0, 0, 20 pixels. And then the color is going to be RGBA 0, 0, 0, which is black, and then 0.1. There we go. Now we can see this kind of 3D illusion, and this element is popping up in the air. Now let's specifically target the tag, so we can copy this and paste it below. .tag-cmp, and let's change the flex-direction to be equal to column. There we go. Also, margin-top is going to be 3 rem. There we go. So this is already looking more like it. We can also change the paragraph inside of there to give it a width of 100%, as well as the text-transform of uppercase. And finally, text-align is going to be set to right. There we go. This is already looking much better. Now below our tag, we can target the span element, give it a font-size of 2.5 rem. There we go. This just increased the size of our wavy icon. And we can also add a media query where media, screen, and in this case, that's going to be min width is 2000 pixels for extra large devices. In that case, we want to increase the font size to 5 rem to make it incredibly big. We can go outside of our span element and add one final media query, media, screen, and max width is going to be 1200 pixels. So if it's above the tablet and mobile size, then we want to justify content to flex start and also align-items to flex-start. There we go. So it's here right now. And as we expand it, you'll see it comes down here, but on tablet size, which is around here, it looks like this. Finally, we have to focus on this circle as well as these icons, which we're going to turn to circles as well. So if we scroll down, just below our last curly brace, we're going to add the .app__header -circles. We're going to change the flex property to be 0.75. Let's also change the display to be equal to flex. Flex-direction is going to be set to column. Justify-content is going to be set to space evenly. Align-items is going to be flex-start. We can also change the height to be 100%, and margin-left is going to be set to 1 rem. The reason why I'm not showing you any changes or saving this file is because this is still going to look bad until we style these individual images. And now is the time to do that. We can say div and give it a width of 100 pixels as well as the height of 100 pixels. Then we can also give it a border-radius 50% to make it a circle. Also, background is going to be set to var -white-color. And then finally, that box shadow, which we can simply copy from above. There we go. Paste it right inside of here. And finally, we have to change the image tag to be width is 60%. And also height is going to be 60% as well. And there we go. We have these 3 nice circles with technologies you're proficient in. I personally don't know Flutter, so I would remove this, but seems like Michael knows it. Of course, you want to put your own best technologies right here. So if you are a phenomenal React developer or maybe React Native, whatever it is you're doing, definitely put it here. Now we want to make the circles just a bit different so that they're not boring. So we can go outside of this div and then say div nth child, and then we can say 1. So this is targeting the first child. We can give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels as well. Now we can duplicate this 2 more times, target the second child, and let's say that it's going to have a margin of 1.75 rem, and we're going to change the width to be equal to 150 pixels and height to 150 as well. As you can see, they're looking just a bit different now. And let's say you're not that good at Sass, we can simply decrease the width and height of this to 70 pixels. There we go. Of course, we want to change the nth child to be equal to 3. And now you became so much more creative because you don't have 3 of the same circles. You made them different sizes and actually positioned them differently. So right now, you basically become a web designer. Jokes aside, of course, let's make this mobile responsive as well. So we can add a media query with screen, and min-width is going to be 2000 pixels. In there, we can basically copy all of these 3 divs, paste them here, and then just make them a bit larger since we're working with the really large devices. Let's do 400 for the first one. Let's do something like 170 for the second one, and we don't need this margin. And finally, let's do 200 for the third one. Now, if we increase this, not sure if we'll be able to notice it, but I think our circles just got a bit bigger. It's hard to say really. So let's move this here. And finally, we want to add one more media query, add media screen max-width 1200 pixels. In this case, we want to change the width to be equal to 100%, flex-direction to be set to row, flex-wrap to be set to wrap, margin-left to be set to 0, and finally change the div to have a margin of 1 rem. There we go. So now on smaller devices, these circles are going to appear, let's say in a column below our Michael, and on desktop, they're going to appear right next to him. Looking great. So let's keep doing our styles to make it even better. The last thing we want to change is going to be the app header image. So let's go back to header CSS, create that class right there, set a flex to be equal to 1, and the height to be equal to 100%. We also want to make it a display flex. Justify dash content is flex dash end. Align dash items is flex dash end as well. And position is going to be relative. This is going to move our Michael relatively to the left. And let's also change the image, the width to be equal to 100%. And object dash fit is going to be contain. It looks like to me that the only thing we have to contain about Michael is his great smile. So if we save this, yep, that definitely did it. Let's also change the Z index to 1. And now, of course, we have to position him properly. So let's just go below this image, dot overlay underscore circle. Position is going to be absolute. And here he is. This circle is covering him. So let's go ahead and set the left to be 0, right to be 0 as well. Bottom is going to be 0, and Z dash index is going to be 0. Now Michael is coming in front of the circle really proudly. Finally, let's change the width of the circle to be 100% and also the height to be 90%. There we go, looking great. Finally, on mobile devices, we have to add a media query, media screen, and max width 1200 pixels. In there, we can set the margin to be 2 rem and then 0 on left and right. Right now, this is looking like a tablet size to me, and it's looking great. But if we expand it to its full HD glory, this is looking great. This looks like a really inviting hero section, and it looks like Michael knows what he's doing. He has his thumbs up, and he says, I know Flutter, I know Redux and Sass, and I am a web developer. Hire me. You can do the same after you finish this portfolio. So now let's go ahead and collapse this and go to our second section, which is going to be our About section. In here, you can really show what you're all about. So the About section is going to be next. To start coding out our About section, we can first import a few things that we're going to use across this file. So let's start with import motion, which is going to come from framer-motion. Then we're going to also need a few things from React, and these are going to be the most popular hooks: use state and use effect. There we go. That's going to be it for now, and then later on we're going to add a few more things here. But for now, let's start focusing on the JSX. Inside of here, we're going to return an empty React fragment, just like this. And then inside of there, we first want to have an h2. This h2 is going to have a class name equal to head-text. Inside of there, we can say something like, I know that, and then in here, we can create a span element. So I know that, let's space this out properly. There we go. I know that, and then inside of the span, we're gonna say good design, and then outside, we can say means, and then one more time inside of the span, good business. Okay, and we can put a lowercase t on that. Let's see how does that look like. Already looks really good, but of course we want to space it out a bit. So let's add a break tag after the first span right here, br. There we go. I know that good design means good business. That's looking good. If we expand this side just a bit, we can see that the text is still a bit too close together. So later on, we're going to provide some spacing in between the spans and the rest of the text. But for now, let's focus on our About section. So below this h2, we're going to create a div, And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore profiles. Inside of here, we want to dynamically loop over our about section. So what we can do is at the top, let's create a const, something like abouts, which is going to be an array, and more specifically, an array of objects where each about is going to have a title, something like web development. Then we can have a description. Let's do something like I am a good web developer. And then finally, we're going to have something like an image URL. But for now, we can leave that empty right here. So let's put it as an empty string. And then we're going to have a few of these. Let's say web development, web design, and we can also put UI, UX here. And the last one can be something like, let's do web animations. Or of course, you could have put front end, back end, full stack, or something like that. Of course, we have to provide commas at the end of each row. There we go. And now we can loop over our abouts. So right here, abouts.map, we're gonna get an individual about and also an index. And we want to instantly return something. And for each about, we're gonna return a motion.div. We can expand this as it's gonna have quite a few properties. For example, it's going to have a while in view, and it's going to have the opacity of 1. Then we can provide while hover. In that case, it's going to have a scale of 1.1 to make it just a bit bigger. We can also provide a transition, which is going to last, meaning duration, 0.5 seconds, and type is going to be tween. Of course, if you're not sure what does this mean, as whenever you're using any kind of library, just make sure to Google Framer Motion documentation tween. And now let's add a class name, which is going to be app underscore underscore profile dash item. And finally, we need to have a key, which is going to be equal to about dot title plus index. Inside of there, we're going to render an image. So right here, we can say img, and then we're going to have a source. In this case, the source is going to be about.img URL. We also need to have an alt tag, which is going to be about.title. Below our image, we're going to have two more things. First of all, an h2 element with a class name equal to bold-text. It's also going to have an inline style equal to margin top 20 pixels. And there we can render about.title. And finally, we can duplicate this line, change this to a p tag, change the class name to p-text, and the style to margin top 10 pixels. And there we can render about.description. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have a few different sections that once you hover over them, they scale to 1.1 as indicated here. And right now we don't have any images as the image URL string is currently empty. But as we loop over the real items, that's going to change. Just to be able to properly test it out, let's find a demo image URL. At the top, we can import our images by saying import images, and that's going to be from //constants. And I think our image is under about 0. So let's do right here, images.about01. In here, we can copy that, 02, 03, and finally images 04. Now, if we save that, this is looking kind of funky. We of course have to modify the styles. So let's go ahead and do that right away. We can go to about.scss. First of all, we can target the .app__about. And there we can change the flex to be 1, change the width to be 100%, and change the flex direction to be set to column. That's going to make the text appear above. Then we can say .app__profiles. There we can again use display flex, but this time we're going to justify the content to be equal to center, and we're going to align the items to be flex-start. As you can see, now the items are going in a row, but this is still far from good. So let's add the flex-wrap to be equal to wrap, and finally margin-top is equal to 2rem to divide it from the title. Now we can start styling each individual about item by saying .app__profile-item. The width of the item is going to be 190 pixels. The display is going to be set to flex. Justify-content is going to be flex-start. Align-items is going to be flex-start as well. And flex-direction is going to be set to column. Finally, each item is going to be divided with a margin of 2rem. And finally, let's style these big ass images. So image width is 100%. And there we go. Already looking so much better. Let's also give them a constant height by saying the height is 170 pixels. Border-radius is going to be 15 pixels. And finally, object-fit is going to be set to cover. That way, images are not going to be skewed. And the last thing we have to do below this image is provide a media query. So media screen and min-width is going to be 2000 pixels. So this is again for extra large devices. There, we're going to increase the width to 370 pixels and also increase the margins to 2rem on top and bottom and 4rem on left and right. Finally, we can also change the height of the image. So let's copy this, paste it inside of the query, and the only thing we're going to change is going to be the height to 320 pixels. Now, if we expand this, you'll see that it looks great on all kinds of devices. There we go. Now, to quickly fix our text spacing right here, we can go back to our about, and we can put all of this in one line. Just like this. I know that, and then there's a space here between the span, and then means also a space here between the span. And that's going to provide the spacing. The reason it didn't work before is that these were all new lines. So the compiler doesn't really know where is the space here. It just cuts it off. But if we do it like this, it keeps track of all the spaces. Great. I know that good design means good business. But in here, if you are a developer, and we all are developers, you can say good development means good business. That word is just a bit too big, but on bigger devices, it shouldn't be any problem. But if you want to be sure that it works on all devices, good dev is going to be just fine. Or you can do something like good apps. That's also great. So what exactly are we good at? Web development, web design, UI, UX, web animations. In here, you can really do whatever you'd like. You can do front-end development. That's one thing that you're really good at. Then you could put backend development, or you could do something like specific technologies. So let's do backend. In here, we can do something like MERN stack, right? There we go. So this is something that you're completely free to change, both the titles as well as the descriptions. But now comes the main part of our application. This is the first time that we'll actually want to modify something from our portfolio. So if we expand this right now, you're going to notice that in here we have 4 different images, 4 different titles, as well as 4 different descriptions. Well, they're all the same now, but you'll want them to be different. So how can we actually modify this data using Sanity CMS? This is the moment you've been waiting for. We need to connect Sanity to our React application. And trust me, it's going to be fairly simple. Let's collapse this one more time. And just to have a clean working environment, I'm going to close all the files, collapse everything, and you'll want to go to Frontend React, Source, and create a new file inside of the source directory called client.js. This is going to be the place where we're going to connect our Sanity client with our React application. Let's start by importing Sanity client from @sanity/client, as well as importing image URL builder from sanity image-URL. In here, we want to export const client is equal to sanity client, which we just imported. And we want to call it as a function and provide in an object as a parameter. There, we're going to need a few things. We're going to need a project ID. Then we're going to need a dataset. Let's leave that as an empty string for now. We're going to need the API version as well. We're going to also need use CDN is set to true. And finally, you're going to need a token. So you might be wondering, where are we going to get all of this info from? Well, don't you worry at all. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal. We can split it by using this button right here. We can cd into backend_sanity, and we can run the command sanity manage. This is going to open up the sanity management tool. And there we go. One question answered immediately. Project ID is right here, so we can just copy it. Then we're going to have our data set. So if we go here, you're going to notice that right now we are in production, so you can simply type production. Next, we're going to need the API version, and for that, just type 2022-0201. Use CDN is already set to true, and the last thing we need is going to be the token. And to find our token, we can go to our website, expand it a bit, go to API. Under course origins, we first need to add our localhost 3000 here, and let's allow credentials and click save. Then we need to add an API token. In this case, we can say just application token, and we're going to give it editor permissions and click save. Now we're gonna get the API key for this token, and you can paste it right here. Of course, to keep all of this data safe, especially the token, we can create a new .env file right in the root of our frontend React. So new file, .env, and then you can create two new variables, React_app_sanity _project_ID. And then that's going to be the name of your Sanity project ID. And then we can repeat the process for React app sanity token. And that's going to be equal to this entire token right here. Let's paste it. And whenever you change the .env, you have to reload your application. So let's press Ctrl+C, Y, and then npm start one more time in our client side to run our application again so that it can get populated with these new variables. The last thing you have to do is copy these variable names. And then in the client, instead of the project ID, now we're going to use process.env.react_app_sanity_project_ID, and here process.env.react_app_sanity_token. Great. Now we're successfully connected with the Sanity client, and what we have to do is say const builder is equal to image URL builder and call it and pass in the client. This is going to be useful for our images. And lastly, we have to say export const URL for source. And then we have to say builder.image and provide the source right here. This is just some code that we always write whenever you're working with images using Sanity. But with that said, that's it. That's the entire setup. Now we can use this Sanity client to fetch real data from the Sanity dashboard. Let's go back to our source and then container and about.jsx. Instead of this boring static data right here, we're going to use React and Sanity to fetch real dynamic data from a CMS. The way in which we can do that is just create a use state field. So let's start with use state snippet. Let's call it abouts and set abouts. And at the start, it's going to be set to an empty array. Then we're going to have a use effect. We can use that use effect snippet, remove everything from the middle, and remove everything from the dependency array because we only want to run this use effect at the start once our component loads. Inside of here, we can write a query for fetching our about section. Const query is equal to a string, asterisk, and then an array sign. Inside of there, underscore type is double equal to abouts, wrapped in double quotes. Now that we have the query, we can import the client at the top by saying import URL for, as well as the client from // client. And finally, we can use client.fetch, pass in the query, and then that's going to return a promise. So we can use a .then. Inside of the .then, we're going to have our data. And the only thing we have to do is simply set abouts and populate it with data. Of course, we can also write this in one line because it's a simple one-liner, so it would be a shame not to. And there we go. Now we're populating the data with the real abouts. So let's remove the static data. And now we're mapping over the dynamic abouts coming from the CMS. So let's save it, reload the page, and scroll down. You're gonna notice that right now it is completely empty. But how can we populate it? It is as simple as going to the backend side of our application and running sanity start. This is going to open up the Sanity Studio on localhost 3333. Inside of there, we can go to our abouts and we can create our first about. I'm gonna copy the data that I had in the already deployed site. So the title is going to be a front-end developer. A description is going to be something about passion for building beautiful and functional websites. And of course, we have to drag and drop the image. So of course, this is the place where you would upload some kind of graphic that represents front-end developer or design or whatever other skill you use. In this case, we can go to our file tree, go to assets, right-click it, and click reveal in File Explorer. This is going to open up our assets. And then inside of here, I'm going to simply drag and drop the about one. And there we go. The last thing we have to do is just click publish. Now, if we go back to our React application and reload the page, you should be able to see a new card with all of the data appear right here. It looks like we have a minor image issue. So let's go back to the code. And right here, instead of the about.image URL, we have to use that Sanity provided function URL for about.image URL. Let's save it. And just like that, the image appeared. Isn't that crazy? Now we can go back to the Sanity Studio and we can just keep adding our skills. So let's create a new document. Let's do something like web designer. I am a web designer with passion for creating beautiful websites. Great. I'm gonna pull the about to and click publish. And I wanted to speed the video up at this process so you don't have to watch me add new skills. But this process is incredibly quick. As you can see, we can just keep adding new skills, new portfolio items, new anything. in a matter of seconds. And best of all is that you don't have to be a developer to be able to update your own site. So if you want to hand over this portfolio to a non-developer person, you'll be able to give this to them and they'll be able to upload their own content to it. Now, if we go back and reload the page, you can see these 4 cards right here appear instantly. Again, one of the major points here is that a non-developer or a non-technical person can also update the site without knowledge of all of these lines of code that we just wrote, right? So be that a portfolio or a landing page for a business, such as a pizza place or a coffee shop, they are gonna be nagging you constantly. Please change my hours. I don't work from 9 to 5 anymore. Make it 10 to 5, for example, and you would have to manually go ahead, change the hours in the code. But if you give them a website using a CMS, then they can change the content and the data themselves. So be smart, give them a CMS website so that you don't have to come back and re-edit everything constantly. With that said, we've just implemented the first initial section as well as the second section. Of course, right now you can see that something is just a bit off. The second section is not taking 100% of the height of the screen, and the first one is not doing that as well. So I'm gonna show you a trick and a really useful React development practice, which is the use of higher order components. So let's go ahead and do that right now. I'm gonna collapse this just a bit and have our clean working environment on the left side. We are ready to implement this so-called higher order component. Alongside fixing the heights of our sections, we also have to add these social media icons at the bottom left of each section. So if we go to our finished React application, you can notice that right here we have our social media icons, and the same situation is happening right here. Also the copyright right here and the scrolling icons. So we are not going to implement all of these components every time for every single section. To fix the problem of reusing components creatively and professionally, we're gonna use higher order components. So let's go back to our application and let's wrap all of our sections with a React higher order component. What we can do is go to Explorer, Frontend React, Source, and then create one last folder called Wrapper. Inside of our wrapper, we're gonna have one file called app.wrap.js. Inside of our app wrap, we're going to run rafce, and we're going to import a few things from our components. More specifically, navigation dots and social media. And that's gonna be coming from /components. Of course, we haven't yet created these 2 components, so now might be the best time to do it. Let's go to our components, and then right here in the root, we're going to create a new file called social media.jsx. There we can also run rafce, and we're first going to import a few icons that we're gonna use: BS Twitter and also BS Instagram. And these are coming from react-icons/BS. We can duplicate this line below, and we're gonna also import FA Facebook F, and that is coming from react-icons FA. Inside of here, we're gonna have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app__social. Inside of there, I'm gonna create a div, and this div is going to wrap the first one of our icons, which is going to be Twitter. There we go. And now we can just duplicate this 2 more times. We can render Facebook for the second one, and we can render Instagram for the third one. And that's going to be all that there is for our social media.jsx. Now let's also do the navigation dots. So to do them, we can create a new component inside of the components folder called navigation dots.jsx. It's again going to be an RAFCE, React Arrow Function Export component. And inside of here, we're going to accept one prop, which is going to be active. This is going to tell us on which section are we currently. Inside of here, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name equal to app__navigation. And in here, we're going to have a similar thing that we had in the navigation bar. So let's go to Navbar and let's go ahead and copy this dynamic thing inside of the toggle URL, only the LIs and the content where we're mapping over all of our links. So let's copy it, go back to navigation dots and paste it right here. Let's indent this properly. And now we're going to have to modify it just a bit. Home, about, work, skills. We are also missing testimonials, and finally contact. There, we're going to get each individual item as well as the index. And now, instead of rendering the LI, we're simply going to render an anchor tag. This anchor tag is going to have a few properties, so let's expand them, each in its own line. There we go, just like this. And the href is going to remain the same. We also need to add a key, which is going to be item plus index to make it unique. We're going to also have a class name equal to app__navigation -dot. And finally, we're going to have an inline style, which is going to say if active is triple equal to the current item, then we want to have a background color equal to, that's going to be #313BAC. Otherwise, we can simply have an empty object. So this is going to be it. And this anchor tag can be self-closing. We don't have to render anything inside of it. So let's simply close it. And that is going to be it for our navigation dots. Now we can go back and continue where we left off inside of our app wrap. Now we do have access to real navigation dots and social media components, and we can convert our app wrap into a higher order component. So our app wrap is going to accept a component with a capital C, ID name, as well as class names. And it's going to return yet another function, which is going to be HOC, higher order component. And then that component is going to return some content. It might be confusing now, but it's going to make more sense as we keep writing it. So inside of here, first of all, we're going to give an ID to this div, which is going to be equal to ID name that's going to get passed through the props. It's also going to have a class name equal to a template string of app__container and then space class names, so we can provide class names dynamically. Inside of here, we're going to render our social media. And then below, we're going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__wrapper and then app__flex. And then there, we're going to render our actual component, which is going to be a specific section. So what we're doing right now is taking this entire section that you can see on the right side and wrapping it with all of this code, giving it an ID so that we can scroll to it, giving it some class names, and giving it social media. So it's wrapped in here. We're going to also give it a copyright. So we can say div that's going to have class name equal to copyright, and it's going to have two paragraphs. A paragraph is going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's going to say 2020 Michael. And we can duplicate it one more time, and say something like all rights reserved. Not for you guys, you can use this portfolio however you'd like. And finally, below this div, not this one, but rather this one, we're going to render our navigation dots. And we also need to provide an active, which is going to be equal to ID name. We need to know on which section are we currently on. And that's it. We are exporting default our app wrap. But now let me show you how you can use it. Let's go inside of our header, which is the first component or a container that we've created. And at the top, let's import app wrap. Import app wrap. That's going to be from //wrapper. But I don't think we've properly exported it yet, as you can see. So we have to go back to wrapper and create an index.js file. Inside of that index.js file, we can do export in curly braces, default as app wrap, and then from /app wrap. We're doing this because later on we're gonna have one more wrapper. So right now it looks like our issue is right here while we're trying to import the components into the app wrap, and that is because we haven't exported these two components yet. So inside of our components index.js, we can export default as, and then that's going to be navigation dots, but just one time because we don't have to go into the inner folder. And finally, that's going to be social media. There we go. Now we have everything we need. So let's go back to header. And you might be wondering, how do we use this app wrap? Where do we put it? How do we wrap our header with it? Take a look at this. Before we export our header, we're just going to do one thing. We're going to call our app wrap component and pass the header as the first property. And then we're going to pass home as the second one. With this, we no longer have to add the ID of home to this div right here. Rather, take a look what's happening. We are going into app wrap and we're passing in our entire header section as our component, and we're passing in the ID name. So now if we reload the page and expand it, you can notice that we have our slider on the right side and the social media icons on the left. How cool is that? But if we scroll down, you're gonna notice that the second section still doesn't look good. So imagine if we had to manually re-add all of these things. That wouldn't be good. So what we can simply do is go into our second component, which is going to be about. Right here, we can simply import our app wrap. So import app wrap from //wrapper. We don't need these images anymore. And now we can just repeat the process. Export default. We call the app wrap, wrap the about, and then pass in the about as the ID where we want to scroll to, and save it. Now, if we expand this, you're gonna notice that this section now takes the full height of the screen, has social media icons on the bottom left, and has the slider on the right. And we can actually slide with the animation from the first to the second section. Isn't this crazy? So, alongside this video where you just wanted to learn how to do a portfolio, I've also taught you how to use higher order components to wrap your smaller components that share similar functionalities. You're welcome. If you like that, definitely make sure to leave a like and comment down below that you've came the higher order components part of the video. I appreciate it. With that said, our first two major sections as well as the navigation bar are completely done. Now we're going to go to the next section, which is going to be your creative portfolio. Great. Let's collapse this just a bit, close all of the files, and open up only the creative portfolio. That's going to be container and finally work. There we go. We can also see that we have 4 more sections to do, so work or portfolio section is next. To start with our work section, we can first import all of the necessary dependencies. These are going to be use state as well as the use effect coming from React. Then we're going to import some icons, import AI fill I as well as the AI fill GitHub. And these are coming from react-icons/AI. Right below that, we're gonna import motion one more time, which is coming from framer-motion. Then we're gonna also import app wrap, since now we have it, so we can do that instantly. And we're gonna import that from /wrapper. We can also import the URL for as well as the client from /client because we now already have that as well. And then finally, we have our SCSS file. So now we can start coding out the works section, which is actually the creative portfolio. So right here, we don't need a div. We can just use a basic React fragment. And then inside of here, we're going to have an h2. This h2 is going to be similar to the one we've had in the about section. So we can go here and just copy this one, go back and then paste it. Instead of saying, I know that good apps mean good business, we can say something like my creative and then space span. Inside of there, we can say portfolio. And then outside of the span, we can simply say section. Of course, you don't need to add that section if you don't like to, but it's looking good. So right below this h2, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app__work-filter. There, we can loop over all of our categories. Right now, the categories are static, so let's create an array. UI, UX can be one category. We can have web app as the second one. Then we're going to have mobile app as the third one. And finally, let's do React.js as well as all. And we can map over it by saying .map. We're going to get each individual item as well as the index. And the question is, what do we want to return for each one of these items? And that is going to be a div. More specifically, a div that's going to have a key equal to index. It's also going to have an onClick property, which is going to call a callback function, handle work filter, and we want to pass in the item. Of course, this is a function that we haven't yet created. So right at the top, we can create the const handle work filter, which is going to accept the item. These are going to be those little pills that we can use to categorize our applications. Once we have the onClick, we can also add a class name, which is going to be a dynamic template string. app__work-filter-item space app__flex and then space p-text and then finally dynamically if active filter is triple equal to item. In that case, we want to add item-active. Else, we simply want to add an empty string. Now, you might be wondering, what is this active filter? And that is going to be our state. So right at the top, we can say use state snippet, and that's going to be active filter. And at the start, it can be set to all. Great. We are out of our error, and we can continue creating our div. Inside of this div, we simply want to show an item. And there we go. UI, UX, web, these are all the categories. Of course, it's not looking good right now because we haven't yet implemented the styles. Now, below this entire div, we're gonna have a motion div, motion.div. That motion div is going to have the animate property equal to animate card. And that animate card is going to be yet another special state that we're going to change. So let's set the use state snippet to be equal to animate card, set animate card, and at the start, it's going to be set to an object containing the y property equal to 0 and opacity equal to 1. But later on, we're going to move these around so that the elements in our list change. Then let's also add a transition, which is going to be equal to duration of 0.5 seconds, as well as delay children to 0.5. And finally, let's also provide a class name, which is going to be equal to app__work-portfolio. There we go. Now, inside of here, we have to actually loop over our portfolio items. So it might be a good idea to fetch them first. And remember, the fetching is going to be done through Sanity because we're working with real data. So let's create a use effect right here. And that use effect is going to happen only at the start of our application or at the render of our component. And there we need to write a query. Const query is equal to a string, asterisk, square brackets, underscore type is equal to works. There we go. And finally, we have to say client dot fetch query and then dot then. Once we get the data, we want to set it. So what we can do is say set works is equal to data and also set filter work is equal to data. There we go. And these are both going to be different states. So let's create those state fields. Use state works, which is going to be an empty array at the start, and also use state that's going to be filter work. There we go. And that's also going to be empty at the start or an empty array. Great. So now we can actually map over that data right here. We can open a dynamic block of code and say filter work, not nap, rather map. And then right here, we can get the work and the index. And for each one, we want to return a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__work dash item and app__flex. And of course, the key is going to be index. Inside of there, we want to have one more div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app__work dash img app__flex. And inside of there, we're going to have our image. So img, it's going to have a source or src equal to url4, and then we're going to pass in the work.img URL. And also alt tag is going to be work.name. Let's save this. And nothing should happen right away because we haven't yet populated our Sanity work section. So if we go right here to contents and then works, we can add our first work. So let's go ahead and create it. The title is going to be Modern UX UI Website. Description can be a modern UI UX portfolio website. In here, you can put the link to your project. In this case, we can already use this deployed one. And in here, you can put the link to your code. So that's going to be https://github.com and then something. In this case, let's just leave it empty. You can also provide the image. So let's just use a random image right here. And finally, you can add the tags. So in this case, let's add a tag of UI UX. And of course, you can add multiple tags. So we can also add the all tag. And let's click publish. So now if we go back to our application and reload the page, you can see that we have our first project right here, at least just the image. So let's continue adding all of the other project details. Below our image, we're going to have a motion div. So motion.div, we're going to expand it just a bit. So right here, we can say while hover, and then there we can provide the opacity to change from 0 to 1. Then we also want to apply a transition, which is going to have a duration equal to 0.25, and then the ease is going to be set to ease in out. And in this case, we don't want to delay children, we want to stagger children. This means that the elements are going to show one after another, and that's going to be by 0.5 seconds. Of course, we have to add a comma right here. Just below, we also need to add a class name equal to app__work dash hover app__flex. And inside of that motion div, we're going to have an anchor tag. So right here, an anchor. That anchor is going to have an href equal to work.project link. And the target is going to be set to _blank. And whenever you have _blank, it is preferred to have the rel equal to no referrer. There we go. So this anchor tag is going to wrap our first icon, which is going to be this eye right here. So let's create one more motion div inside of it, motion.div, and that motion div is going to have similar properties to this one. So we can copy them, paste them here. While hover is going to have a scale property, and it's going to scale from 1 to 0.9. It's going to become smaller, but we're going to scale it while in view, and that's going to scale from 0 to 1. There we go. Transition is just going to have a duration of 0.25 seconds. And then finally, the class name is just going to be app__flex. And inside of there, so simple, we're just going to add our AI fill eye icon. That's it. Let's go back and see if we can maybe spot it. There we go. It's barely visible on the right side. Finally, we can copy this entire anchor tag and duplicate it just below, because for the second time, this is going to point to the code link. Everything is going to remain the same, but now we're going to render the AI fill GitHub icon. There we go. So now we have two icons somewhere on the side here. And finally, below this anchor tag, below the motion div, and below one more div, we're going to have our final div that's going to contain the title and the description of our project. So that's going to be a div. It's going to have a class name equal to app__work dash content, and also app__flex, so that we can center everything. There, we're going to have an h4 that's going to have a class name equal to bold dash text, and there we can render the work dot title. Below that, we're going to also have a p tag. It's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's also going to have an inline style of margin top is equal to 10. And there we can render the work.description. There we go. If we save that, we can see our modern UI UX website and the description right here. Finally, we're going to also render the tags. So while still being inside of this div, we're going to add one div that's going to have a class name equal to app__work dash tag, and also app__flex. There, we simply want to render one p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and there we're simply going to say work.tags and render the first tag on the list. There we go. UI UX. Of course, this is looking awful right now, But remember, the end product is this, a nice list of appearing elements that all represent different projects in your portfolio. That's going to be it for the JSX, but let's not forget to wrap our work into app wrap. That's a funny name. And also we have to provide the second parameter, which is the ID work. There we go. So now we've coded most of the work section. Of course, we are yet to handle the filters, but let's first apply the styles so that it looks like something. Because right now, this seems like the first project I've ever done in HTML and CSS. The image is too big and the flex is broken. Okay, let's go ahead and collapse this. Open up the works.scss and let's get to it. We're going to first target the .app__works. That's our entire section, which is going to have a flex equal to 1 and also width is equal to 100%. And we are going to also have a flex direction equal to column so that our title appears on top. Then we're going to target the .app__works -filter. And right here, we're going to change the display to be equal to flex direction to be equal to row, justify-content to be equal to flex-start, align-items to be equal to center, and flex-wrap to be equal to wrap. There we go. Now we have all of these elements. Let's also apply some margin, like margin 4 rem, 0, and then 2 rem. There we go. Of course, we have to make these look like pills, like right here. So we can do that by styling each one of these individually. So while still being inside of this class, we can say .app__work -filter -item. Let's give them padding of 0.5 rem and 1 rem. There we go, to space them up a bit. Let's also give them a border -radius of 0.5 rem. And most importantly, background -color is equal to FFF. There we go. Let's also change the color of the text to something like 000 with a hash at the start. There we go. And let's also change the font -weight to be equal to 800. We can also make them appear clickable by adding the cursor equal to pointer, as well as the transition, all 0.3 seconds and ease. We can also provide the margin equal to 0.5 rem on all sides. There we go. So now the transition is going to happen once we actually hover over the elements. So we can say $, hover, background -color is var -secondary -color. Okay, right here I use the $. Looks like I've been using some PHP lately, but this was supposed to be an $sign. So let's quickly fix that. And now this is going to animate slowly. But of course, we also have to change the color to be equal to FFF. There we go. Looking so much better already. Let's also add a media query just below at media screen. And that's going to be min-width is 2000 pixels. There, we want to just increase the padding a bit by saying padding 1 rem and also 2 rem, and also increase the border radius. So border radius is going to be 0.85 rem. There we go. Again, not visible here, but on larger devices, it's definitely visible. Now, outside of our app work filter item, right here, we can also target the .item -active and give it a background color equal to the same one that we're hovering. So right here, simply paste this here. There we go. So now we know that all is currently active and we can select a different one. Thankfully, now is the time that we're going to focus on our portfolio and decreasing the size of this image. So let's go down a bit And let's target the .app__work dash portfolio. There, we can set the display to be equal to flex, flex-wrap to be equal to wrap, justify-content to be equal to center, and align-items to be equal to center as well. This is not going to trigger any changes because we're yet to decrease the width of this image. So now we can target the individual .app__work dash item and give it a width of 270 pixels. There we go. Now we can see our slider right here. Let's also change the flex-direction to be set to column. Give it a margin of 2 rem, padding of 1 rem, border-radius of 0.5 rem, a background color equal to white, and color equal to black. Of course, the image is still taking over, but trust me, we're going to fix that really soon. Or you know what? Let's fix it immediately. It's really triggering me. So let's go to .app__work dash img. Let's change the width to 100%. And let's change the height to be equal to 230 pixels. Then we're going to make the position be relative. And most importantly, we can change the img tag to have a width of 100% and also a height of 100%. So now it's properly fitted here. We can also give it a border-radius of 0.5 rem, and object-fit is going to be cover. There we go, looking so much better. Also on big devices, we want to increase the height a bit. So we can say add media, screen, and min-width 2000 pixels. We want to take this height and increase it to 350 pixels. So now our image is proper and we can continue with our app work item. More specifically, we need to make it a cursor-pointer. So now we're going to have a pointer. We can copy the transition from above, this one right here, and paste it below our cursor pointer. Finally, we want to add the hover effect. So we can say, and hover box-shadow is going to be 0, 0, 25 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.2. So now if we hover, you can notice the shadow appear right behind it. And finally, we just want to add 2 more media queries. This is the first one, so we can copy it, place it just below our hover. The min width is going to be 2000 pixels. And in here, we're going to change the width to 470 pixels. Also padding to be 1.25 rem, and border-radius is going to be 0.75 rem. And let's also add 1 media query for smaller devices where the max width is going to be only 300 pixels. There, we can simply say width is 100% and also margin is equal to 1 rem. There we go. So this is already looking so much better, as you can see right here. But now we also have to fix these icons. Right here, if you can see them, we have 2 icons that are right now to the right of the image instead of over the image. So let's implement that hover effect. Below our image, we can target .app__work-hover. Position is going to be set to absolute. That's already going to position it. The top is going to be set to 0. Left is going to be set to 0. Bottom 0, as well as the right 0 as well. And the width is going to be 100% if we fix this. And also the height is going to be 100%. Most importantly, the background color is going to be RGBA 000 0.5. So now if we hover, you can see this nice hover right here over the image. Let's also give it a border-radius of 0.5 rem. Okay, already better. And also opacity 0, as well as the transition all 0.3 seconds ease. And now we have to target the div that's inside and finally the icons. So let's start with the div. That div is going to have a width of 50 pixels, a height of 50 pixels as well. It's going to have a border dash radius of 50% to make it a circle, as well as the background dash color of RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.5. Okay, we already have those circles right now. And let's change the color to be equal to white. So that's going to be hash FFF. Let's divide them a bit by giving them margin equal to 1. Font dash family is going to be set to var dash dash font dash base. And font weight is going to be set to 800. Of course, let's give them a cursor equal to pointer, as well as this transition that we're going to copy from here. Last thing is to target the SVGs directly, give them a width of 50%, the height of 50%, as well as change the color to be equal to var, and then that's going to be not font base, but rather white dash color. And there we go. These icons are looking amazing, and these animations look playful as well. Finally, the simpler thing of all of this is going to be the bottom content section for the title and the description. So let's just scroll down and target the .app__work dash content. Let's give it a bit of padding, like 0.5 rem. Also, let's set the width to be equal to 100%. Position to be set to relative, and flex dash direction to be set to column. There we go, already looking much better. We can target the H1 inside of this by giving it a margin top is equal to 1 rem, and also line dash height is equal to 1.5. The last thing we have to do is still inside of the app.work content, target the .app__work dash tag. Let's give it a position equal to absolute. Let's apply padding equal to 0.5 rem and 1 rem on left and right. Let's give it a border dash radius of 10 pixels, a background dash color of FFF, and a top value equal to minus 25 pixels. There we go. So now it looks like it's coming outside of this white piece, and it's telling us that this project is in the UI UX category. And it provides this clean look where when we hover, you can see that this box darkens, but this pill remains the same. So that's looking great. But of course, we don't want to have just one project, so let's add the second one. Let's go to our content, works, and quickly add another. Let's do something like a Gericht restaurant project. If you watch the JavaScript Master YouTube channel, then you know that this is another modern UI UX project. The project link is going to be, well, let's put it blank for now. Same for the code link. And let's upload a random image. The tag can be this time all, as well as the UI UX. There we go. And let's publish it. Let's also add one more project of a different category so that we know if that works. Let's go ahead and say React application, or let's see what categories do we have. Mobile app. Okay. So right here we can say cool mobile app. Description is going to be Tinder clone in React Native. Project link is going to be nothing, code link nothing. Let's pull up the project image and put the tags as mobile app as well as the all, and let's publish it. Now if we go back to our application and reload the page. Just like that, we can scroll to our third section, which is our creative portfolio, and we have our 3 projects with great titles and descriptions. Also, we can hover over them and we can see what this project really is about if we go to the deployed link or visit a GitHub repository. Again, you can dynamically add or remove projects from here. That's great. The last thing we haven't done with this section is implementing the filtering. Right now, this doesn't do anything. So let's go back to our works.jsx and let's fix the handle work filter. To make the handle work filter work, we'll have to set the active filter to be equal to item. We can also set the animate card to be equal to an array where y is set to 100 and opacity is set to 0. This is going to re-trigger the shuffle animation of the cards once we change the category. Let's add a set timeout right here. We can use this set timeout function. Timeout accepts a number in milliseconds, like 500. And there we can recall the set animate cards and reset it back to y is 0 and opacity is 1. So this is going to re-trigger the animation. Finally, in the set timeout, we can say if item is equal to all. In that case, we want to set filter work to be equal to works. And else, we want to set filter works to be equal to works.filter, where we get individual work, and we only want to keep it if work.tags.includes the item. Looks like I have a typo here, so set filter work. Let's go back, expand it, and let's go to React.js. There's nothing there. Mobile app, and there is our mobile application. And if we go to UI UX, there should be 2 applications, which you saw slide nicely from the bottom to the top. This is looking great. Should I even be amazed about the project I've created? That might not be normal, but I think we're all happy from time to time when we create a cool project. And I'm even happier because I'm sharing this project with you. One thing I am even more excited about that soon enough, once I release the JavaScript Mastery Pro platform, I'll be able to share even better projects with you. This movie application is just one example where you can learn to code professionally and confidently. So this is coming soon enough. If you want to stay up to date with the release, there's going to be a newsletter link in the description, so make sure to sign up and wait for the updates. I just wanted to share that with you because I'm quite excited. So now we can go back to our application, take a look at all of the projects we've done, and we can start implementing the skills part of our page. So let's collapse this just a bit and go to our app, control-click the skills, and we only have 3 more sections to do. Skills is going to be the next one. Inside of our skills, we're going to have some imports, and these imports are going to be almost the same as we had in the work. So let's go inside of our work and let's simply import all of these files right here. Let's go back to skills and then just paste them right here. Of course, we don't need this work.scss. So essentially, what we've just imported is going to be React, useState, useEffect. In this case, we won't need those icons, so we can remove that. We're going to use motion, and we're going to add one more dependency, import React tooltip, and that's going to be coming from React-tooltip. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't think we've installed React tooltip as a dependency. So let's open up our terminal by going to View and then Terminal. Stop it from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then simply type npm install React-tooltip. This process took a few seconds, and we can immediately run our application by running npm start. And there we go. We are back. We're gonna also use app wrap URL4 sanity client and then skills.scss. Now we can start implementing our skills. Right here, we're gonna have a React fragment. So let's create it. We're gonna have an h2 element that's gonna have a class name equal to head dash text. And there we can simply say something like skills and experience. Let's save it and let's scroll down. There we go, skills and experience. Now we can go below that h2 and we can create a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to app __ skills dash container. And then inside of there, we're gonna have a motion div. So motion.div. Of course, we have to add some properties into it. This div won't have any properties, so let's simply give it a class name equal to app __ skills dash list. And now we want to map over all of our skills. So skills.map. But before we do that, we of course have to fetch all of our skills from our Sanity CMS. So we're going to repeat the same process we've done so far when fetching other things, such as portfolio items. We can go back here and we can copy this use effect to now fetch our skills. So let's go here and paste it. We're going to have our query where we're going to fetch experiences. So right here, instead of work, type experiences. And then just below, we also want to fetch our skills. So right here, let's type skills, and that's going to be query. And there, simply type skills. So in this case, we have two different queries. And what we have to do now is called client.fetchQuery. Then we get the data, and this is the data for the experiences. So what we can do is simply set experience. And right here, we're gonna set the data. Now we can basically copy this thing, paste it below, but now we'll be fetching skills. So right here, we can say skills query, and then instead of set experience, we can set skills. There we go. And the last thing we have to do is of course create a use state field for experience and skills. So we can say use state. That's going to be experience, which is at the start going to be an empty array. And we can duplicate that. And right here, we can type skills as well as the set skills. So now we're fetching data that we can loop over. So let's start looping immediately. Right here, we can say skills.map. In here, in the callback function, we're going to get one individual skill every loop we go over. And then for each skill, we want to show a motion.div. This motion div is going to have some properties. Nothing we've never seen so far. It's going to be while in view is equal to opacity from an array, where we're going to have from 0 to 1. Then we're going to also have a transition, which is going to have a duration of 0.5 seconds. We're going to also have a class name equal to app __ skills dash item, and also app __ flex. And finally, since we're looping over it, we can also provide a key as skill.name. In here, of course, we need to have a skill because we're looping over multiple skills, so we get an individual skill right here. Now, inside of our motion div, we're going to have one more normal div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to app __ flex. And it's also going to have an inline style of background color is going to be equal to skill.bg color. So we can also dynamically change the color of the skill if we define that in Sanity Studio. And inside of there, we're going to render an image, a self-closing tag that's going to have a source URL for, remember, and then we're going to pass in skill.icon. And all of these properties on a skill, like name, icon, and BG color, we're going to define ourselves in Sanity Studio. Or rather, we've already defined them when we were creating schemas. We also need to provide the alt tag, which is simply going to say skill.name. There we go. And finally, below this div that contains this image, we're going to have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's simply going to render skill.name. And with that, we should be close to done with our skills, but of course we cannot yet see how that looks like because we haven't entered anything into Sanity Studio. So one more time, you might already have it open, but I'm going to repeat the process: cd into Backend Sanity and Sanity Start. That's going to allow you to add more data to it. Once it loads, we can control click it, and now we can go under skills and create a new skill. In this case, we can say the skill is React. And again, if you go under assets, you should be able to find a lot of different icons, and React is right here. So you can right click and reveal in File Explorer. From here, we can find our React and simply drag and drop it. We can leave the BG color empty because if you don't already put one, we're going to choose a default color. So let's click publish. Of course, just to have a few more skills, we can go ahead and add just a few more, something like Figma. If you're a good designer, let's publish it. Again, take a look at how simple the process is. We can also add Flutter. Git is also an essential thing, so let's add Git right here. And what would a backend developer be without having Node.js skills? So let's also enter Node.js. There we go. This should be more than enough for now. So now if we go back and reload the page, you can see that we have our data ported straight from Sanity Studio. React, Node.js, Figma, Flutter, but of course now is the time to actually style all of these items. So in this case, before we actually go ahead and add our experiences here, let's go ahead and style just these icons. So we can go to our skills and we can start styling all the JSX that we already have. So let's start with .app __ skills. Flex is going to be set to 1 and width is going to be set to 100%. Also, flex-direction is going to be set to column. That way, the title is going to appear above. Then we can target .app __ skills -container. Let's give it a width of around 80% and also a margin -top of 3 rem. That's going to push it just a bit to the bottom. Then let's give it the property display is equal to flex, as well as the flex-direction is equal to row. Finally, we can also provide a media query. So right here, media screen, and we're going to say and max-width is 900 pixels. So this is for devices larger than tablets. There, we're going to make it a width of 100% and also flex-direction equal to column. So this is for mobile devices, larger mobiles, and even tablets up to 900 pixels. And most importantly, we need to target our .app __ skills -list. There, we can provide it a flex property equal to 1, display property equal to flex. Then we can give it a property of flex wrap is equal to wrap. We can also give it a property of justify -content is equal to flex-start, as well as align -items is also flex-start. Let's save it. And let's see what exactly are we styling. So this is going to be app, skills, and then list. So if we go back, right here, we have app, skills, list. But yeah, I was wondering why the styles haven't been applying. I missed an L right here. So as soon as we do that, you can notice that now we have some styling applied. But of course, it's still not looking good. So if we go back, we can also add a margin -right equal to 5 rem. And finally, we can copy this media query, apply it here as well. And there we can set the margin right to be equal to 0 if we are on mobile or tablet devices. And of course, on mobile or tablet, this is something that you're going to do really often, is justify content center and align dash items center, because there isn't a lot of horizontal space. And finally, we're styling each individual skill item by doing app underscore underscore skills dash item. Let's first apply a flex dash direction equal to column. We're going to also apply a text dash align to be equal to center. Let's give it a margin equal to 1 rem to provide some space around each one. Let's give it a transition. So this transition is going to be the same one we've used so far, all 0.3 seconds, and ease in out. Now we can target the div that's inside of this item, give it a width of 90 pixels, as well as the height of 90 pixels as well. This is immediately going to collapse all of our divs. But of course, we also have to give them a border dash radius of 50%, as well as the background dash color equal to FFF. Now we're going to have these circles, but of course we have to target the image specifically, so IMG, and set the width to be equal to 50% and height 50% as well. And finally, we get these nice looking circle skills. Let's also provide some hover effect by doing a and right here, colon hover, and then on hover, we can apply the box shadow 0, 0, 25 pixels, and then the color can be FE, F4, F5. This is a really white color, and right now we can barely see it. It looks like it lights up once you hover over it. It's barely noticeable, but these things matter when you're creating websites. The more subtle the animation is, the better it is. You don't want to have some flashy animations. Let's also apply a media query. We can copy the one we've had so far. And that media query is going to go below our hover. There we want to say min width is going to be 2000 pixels. So this is going to be for extra large devices. And there we can simply change the width and the height to be 150 pixels instead of the basic 50. That's for large devices. And then for mobile devices, we can duplicate this one more time. And there we can simply turn this back to something like 70. There we go. So now if we expand this, there we go. Our skills are here. And if we make it a bit smaller, everything fits nicely. This is looking great. Finally, if we leave this div here and go below it, then we can target the paragraph, and that p tag can have a font weight of 500 as well as the margin dash top equal to 0.5 rem. If we save that, now this is going to be just a bit bolder so we can see it. And we can also provide a media query for that. So just outside of this P element, we can have a min width of 2000. And there we can say margin is 1 rem and 2 rem on left and right for extra large devices. Inside of it, we can also change the P tag just a bit by giving it a margin top 1 rem. I just figured that we need some extra space on the top if we're looking at this on extra large devices. And this is going to be it for our skills. How simple was it to implement all of this using Sanity and then code it out? Now, of course, we go to the second part of our skills and experience, which is of course the experience. So if we go back here to skills, we can now implement the JSX code for that. We can go below this entire motion div by creating a new motion div. So right here, motion.div. It's also going to have just a class name equal to app underscore underscore skills dash exp as in experience. There we can loop over all of the experiences. So that's going to look like this: experience, dot works, and then dot map. We want to map over each individual work, and we want to return a React fragment for it. Inside of this React fragment, we're going to have a motion.div. That motion div is of course going to have a few properties, and we can copy them from here because they're mostly going to be the same. So let's paste them here. Opacity is going to stay the same, transition as well. Class name is going to be a bit different. It's going to be app__skills -exp -work. We can also give a data -tip property to this motion div. And that data tip is useful whenever you have some tooltips. If you haven't created tooltips before, don't worry, you'll see how it looks like soon enough. Then we can say data-4 and then say work.name. Of course, there's going to be an equal sign right here. And finally, we can provide a key, which is equal to work.name. Now, inside of there, we want to render an h4 element. So right here, let's say h4, and it's going to have a class name equal to bold-text. And there we can simply render the work name. Great. Now below that, we're going to also have a paragraph. Let's create a p element right here. It's going to have a class name equal to p-text. And there we can render the work.company that we worked for. Great. So now that we have this div, we want to be able to hover over it and see more information about it. For that reason, we're going to create a React tooltip component. This is a dependency that we installed, and we can simply call it as a component, provide a few properties to it, and that's going to be it. First, we need the ID, and the ID is going to be equal to work.name. Then we need the effect, which is going to be simply a string of solid. We also need the arrow color, which is going to be set to FFF. And finally, we need a class name, which is going to be skills-tooltip. And inside of there, we can render our work.description, or just DSC for short. And that's going to be it. So now let's go back to Sanity, Content, Work Experience, and let's go ahead and add it. Right here, we can enter the name of our experience. So let's say front-end developer. We can say the company. Let's in this case put Google. And the description can be, I worked as a front-end developer at Google. Of course, try to be just a bit more creative. Let's publish it. Go back to our React application and reload the page. It looks like we have some kind of an error at the moment. So let's go ahead and go to inspect and go to console. Looks like the browser is not defined and we're having an error reading the property undefined of map. Okay, so that's under skills line 48. I always like to include these errors in because it can definitely be helpful. So now we're looking for experience.works, and this experience is coming from experiences. Now, if we go to our Sanity, we can notice that our experiences are here and not under work experience. So rather, let's go to experiences and enter the year that we worked somewhere. Right here, let's say that it was 2020, and there we can add the item at which company did we work at. Let's say the name is going to be front-end developer. The company is going to be Google, and description can be I've worked as a front-end developer. There we go. Let's go ahead and publish. Now you can add multiple experiences for the same year. So this is the exact reason why we created it like this. Let's go back and reload. And looks like the error is not going to be just inside of that map. Looks like we also have some other errors. So let's go step by step. It's always good whenever you're not sure if you're going to get some data back to add a question mark. So in here, we can add a question mark, both here as well as here. And there we go. That fixed the issue. So now if we close this and go back, we can see that we have our skills, but still we cannot find experiences. So what we can do is, of course, we can console log what we get back from our experience. Right here, console.log, and that is going to be data. We can open up the inspect element, go to console, info, reload the page, and we get an array with one element that has all of our experience. That experience is an object that has the works array inside of it, and there we have all of the information. So if we're looking at this correctly, that experience is set up here, and then we want to do experience dot works, and then we want to map over that array, and that looks good to me. So if we reload the page one more time, I really think we shouldn't have any problems. Let's go ahead and quit mobile view, go down, and I still cannot see it. It's actually fun that we've been coding this app for such a long time, and this is the first error that occurred. So that's actually really good. And I always like to include these errors in. So let's go ahead and figure out the error together. I'm going to show you how I would solve this in real time. And I'm also going to show you a cool trick. Have you ever wondered if you can add console logs inside of your JSX? And you can. You can simply add a console log right here inside of the JSX. That way, we're going to know how does the experience dot works looks right here before we console log it. Also, we can add a string saying here that we know that we are referring to this specific console log. Now, if we expand this, you can see this is really interesting. We do get it above, but here it is undefined. So that is definitely the issue we're having. So what is the reason that we have our data above, but we don't have it here? Well, if we go to our experience, we can see that we're populating it here, but it is an array. So we have to loop over all of our experiences as well, because the objects in this array represent years, and every single year can have multiple experiences. So to fix the issue, we can go back to our JSX, and instead of immediately looping over experience that works, what we can do is first loop over only over the experience. That way, we're going to get different years. Let me show you what I mean. For now, I'm going to comment out this entire JSX block of code and move it one line below so that we don't have an issue with the compiler. Now inside of here, we can actually render just the work dot, and let's see what do we have in the work. Let's do year. There we go. So now you can see that this work actually exists and it has a year 2020. Now we can go ahead and create one more year. So if we go to experiences and create a new year, 2021, and there we worked as a backend developer at, let's say, Facebook, or now it's Meta. So let's say Meta, and description can be, I worked with Node.js and VR. And let's go ahead and publish that. So now if we reload the page, you can notice 2020 and 2021. And inside of there, we also have a list of all of the works. So we need to have a nested map. Let's go ahead and fix that. We're going to keep this commented down below because we need to add one more div right here, a motion.div. And this motion div is going to have just two properties, class name equal to app underscore underscore skills dash exp dash item. And it's also going to have a key equal to experience dot year to make it unique. There we can simply render out a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore skills dash exp dash year. The only thing we're going to have there is going to be a paragraph that's going to have a class name equal to bold dash text, and it's going to render experience dot year. Of course, now we're talking about an experience and not work. So now if we save that, you can see we have 2020 and 2021. And just below that div, now is the time that we create another motion.div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__skills -exp -works. And then finally inside of there, we can do our nested map. So we're first looping over the years and then we're looping over the experiences for each year. So we can say experience dot works dot map, and then we get each individual work. There we go. Now what we can do is uncomment this big block of code and put it back in its place inside of our second map. There we go. Hopefully this wasn't so weird and it still made sense. If you got lost at the time when we made this bug, definitely make sure to visit the source code. There's going to be an entire finished skills.jsx file, so you can simply copy and paste it and continue with the video. But I also hope that you were able to go through this bug with me and fix it together. And there we go. 2020 front-end developer, Google. 2021 backend developer at Meta. This is great. And take a look at this. If we hover, we get this nice tooltip. So now we have more information on hover. Of course, now is the time that we style this better. So let's jump straight into skills.scss and let's continue with the styling. To style our experiences, we can target the .app__skills-exp. Let's give it a flex equal to 1, as well as the display equal to flex. Justify-content can be flex-start, as well as align-items also flex-start. Flex-direction is going to be column because we want to show one experience on top of another. Finally, we can also add a media query with the max width of 900. I think we already had it somewhere right here. We can paste it below, and there we can simply apply a margin-top of 2 rem if we are on devices with the max width of 900 pixels. Then finally, we can target each individual experience item by saying .app__skills-exp-item. Let's give it a width of 100%. We can give it a display is equal to flex. Flex-direction is going to be set to row. Justify-content is going to be flex start, as well as the align-items is going to be flex start. Finally, margin can be 1 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right. Now we can style our works by saying .app__skills-exp-works. Let's give it a flex is equal to 1. And then we can target each individual work. .app__skills-exp-work. Let's set a display is equal to flex. There we go. You can notice that these now go in a row, but we're going to soon change it to display, or rather flex-direction is going to be column. There we go. I'm going to expand this right here so that we can see it at the same time. And then let's also give it a justify-content equal to flex start, as well as the align items equal to flex-start. Let's also give it a margin-bottom of 1 rem. And let's make it a cursor pointer so they know that they can hover. There we go. Let's target this H4 specifically and give it a font weight of 500. There we go. And let's now target the P specifically. Give it a font weight of 400. Change the color to var --gray color. And finally, add a margin top of 5 pixels. There we go. This is still not looking good because we have to style these years. So let's go outside of all of our curly braces and say .app __ skills -exp -year. Let's give it a margin -right of 3 rem. And finally, let's target the p tag inside of it. Give it a font weight of 800 to make it bold, as well as the color is equal to var, not gray color, but rather secondary color. Now it has that bluish color. And let's also do a media query for mobile devices. Add media, screen, and max -width is going to be 450 pixels. That's only for mobile devices. Let's give it a margin -right of 1 rem. Of course, we're missing screen here. So if we fix that, now you can see that we have some nice spacing here. And the last thing we have to style is going to be this tooltip. So what we can do about the tooltip, we can say .skills -tooltip. And in here, let's increase the max -width of the tooltip to 300 pixels. There we go. And you're going to notice that this style is not going to be applied. So if we do something like background and try to make a background color completely white, you're going to notice that it's not going to work. It's still black. And this is something that you're going to come across when you want to style specific dependencies or specific packages. It's not going to be as easy as you thought. So I figured out that we have to do something that's not really recommended, and that is adding importance to the end of every CSS line. I don't want you to type all of this out, and it's usually not a good practice, but in this case, it worked like a charm. So again, the skills.scss file is going to be down in the description alongside all the other files and the source code. So simply paste this, and then it's going to look like this. This is much better. Of course, right now we're looking at it on a really small device. So as soon as we expand it, you're going to notice this looks much better. But you can also notice that this section is taking 100% of the space. This one as well as this one. And this one, not so much. We forgot to wrap our component with the app wrap. So let's do that right away. App wrap, we wrap it, and then that's going to be skills. Let's save it. And instantly that comes in the middle of the screen. And now we have our skills on the left side, as well as our experience on the right side. This is looking great. Let's try to add one more experience under 2020, for example. So if we go here, go under 2020 and add item. Let's say that you became a blockchain developer even before it became cool. And let's say you became a blockchain developer at something like, let's still do Meta. I think it was Facebook in 2021. And then that's going to be description. I develop in Solidity, which is a programming language for Ethereum. Let's publish. And if we reload the page, there we go. Blockchain developer at Facebook. And now we're done with the skills and experience section as well. Only 2 more sections to go, the testimonial and the footer, which acts as a contact form. Now, if we scroll, we can see that we have quite a lot of cool sections, but I have one problem with that. We don't have a lot of good animations, because once these things animate once, nothing is going to happen. So we can create another higher order component, but this time we're going to wrap every single section with a motion div. So when we scroll, these sections are going to animate. Let's go ahead and do that right away. We can go inside of our wrapper, and there we can create a new component called motion wrap.js. There we can import React from React, as well as import motion from motion, or rather framer motion. Then we can create a component. I can do an RAFCE, and this component is going to accept a component as its first parameter, and it's also going to accept class names as the second one, because we can change this dynamically. As the last function, it's also going to return a higher order component that's going to look like this. The only thing that we're going to return here is going to be a motion div. So right here, motion.div. That motion div is going to have the while in view property. And while it is in view, we're going to change the opacity from 0 to 1, but we can add one extra step, 0, 0, 1. And then we can add the y-axis, which is going to be an array of 100, 50, and then 0. So it's slowly going to animate in, and the opacity is going to be 1 only at the last one. This whole transition is going to last duration 0.5 seconds. And finally, the class name is going to be dynamic. So a template string, class names, and then also app __ flex. Of course, the most important thing is to render our component inside of it, because this is just a wrapper and we still want to show everything else. Now we can go to our second section, which is the about section right here. So let's find the component for the about. And we can first import our motion wrap right here. But of course, remember, we also have to export it. So going back to wrapper, in the index, we can simply say export default as motion wrap, and that is coming from /motion wrap. Now in the about, alongside wrapping our application with the app wrap, we can also wrap it with a motion wrap, and that's going to look like this. So first we have our app wrap, and then the actual component is also going to be wrapped in a motion wrap like this, and we're going to provide it an extra class name, app __ about. Then we can say comma about and provide one final class, app __ white bg. That means that we want to give it a white background, because notice now we have white and then we have gray. It wouldn't be good otherwise if the entire website was just this grayish bluish color. So now we can copy this thing and then go to our work section. So let's go back to work right here, and let's simply paste what we copied. We of course have to import motion wrap, and we can do that by pressing Ctrl space and clicking right here. If that didn't auto import it for you, feel free to manually import it at the top. And then right here, we just have to change this about to work. This here is going to be app __ work. Right here, we can also set the ID of the section to work, and this is going to be primary BG. There we go. Let's save it. And as you can see, we have one issue here, and that issue is that in here we need an S. So this is going to be works. This is going to make everything work. Finally, we have to change the color of this section, and we can do that by going to skills. And one more time, we can paste what we copied, import the motion wrap right here, call skills. Same thing here, app __ skills, write skills right here, and that's going to be white BG. So now we have this nice combination of a primary color, white primary color, and then white again. So we are really differentiating these sections and making each one stand out. Since this is now white, we really do need to add a background color to each one of these circles. So let's do just that. I'm going to go to JSM portfolio, and then we can go to skills. Let's go to Node.js, and then we can go to our index.css and find a nice color we want to use. For example, let's try with this blue one. Simply paste it here, click publish, go back to our application and reload. And there we go. This is a bit too strong of a color, so let's choose a lighter color, something like EDF2F8. We can copy it, paste it here, and click publish one more time. Now, if we go back and reload, you can notice that we have this nice gray circle. Let's go ahead and apply that color to all of our skills. Flutter as well, publish, and the same thing goes for Figma as well as React. This just shows you that it's incredibly easy to update things, not just add them using Sanity. So now if we go back, reload the page, you can see that we have these nice circles looking great. So now finally, we can move to the next section, which is going to be testimonial. Let's go right here. And now we already know that we're going to use most of the things that we've already used in the skills section, because we have to fetch some data from Sanity, such as skills and experiences. We also have to wrap our component. So let's go ahead and open up our Visual Studio Code to its entirety, and let's put our skills side by side with the testimonial, because there's definitely going to be some stuff that's going to be similar. So first of all, let's copy our motion, paste it there. We're going to also need to import some icons. So right here, we can say import HI chevron, and that's going to be left, as well as HI chevron, and that's going to be right as well, coming from react-icons/HI. We're going to also need the app wrap as well as the URL for and the client, so we can copy and paste those two lines as well. And I'm not sure if you've noticed so far, I always like to put one extra line between all of the external imports to divide them from the internal imports that are inside of our file system. We're going to also need to import use state and use effect hooks, and we can copy the experience and the skills as well. But this time it's not going to be experience and skills, rather it's going to be brands and set brands, as well as the testimonials and set testimonials. So we can put that here instead of the set skills. We also need to have a state for the index of the current testimonial we're currently viewing. So right here, that's going to be current index, as well as the set current, and that's going to be index. There we go. At the start, that's going to be set to 0. Next, we're going to have our use effect, and the use effect is going to be quite similar. So we can paste it right here. And instead of fetching experiences and skills, we can fetch testimonials and brands. There, instead of simply saying set experience, we're going to remove this console log, and we're going to say set testimonials. And for the bottom one, we can rename that to brands query. There, we're simply going to set brands. So now we're fetching all of the data from Sanity Studio. Of course, this is where our JSX is going to go, but we can also copy all of our higher order components. So right here, that's going to be testimonial, as well as the app_testimonial. The ID is going to be testimonial one more time. And in this case, we want to have a primary background color, so we can have primary BG. So now let's close our skills, put this side by side with the editor, and let's see how does it look like. Okay, just an empty page that has testimonial written right here. Of course, now is the time that we code it out. So let's go ahead and get started. First, we want to have an empty React fragment. Inside of there, we need to have a dynamic code block that's going to check if testimonials exist. And we can do that by saying if testimonials.length. If there is length, they definitely need to exist. So if they do exist, then we're going to render a React fragment. And inside of that React fragment, we're going to render a div. That div is going to have a class name equal to app__testimonial dash item, as well as the app__flex. Inside of there, we also need to have an img with a source URL for testimonials, and we need to get the current index of a specific testimonial. Right here, more specifically, we need to get the image URL img URL of that specific testimonial. And for the alt name, we can simply use testimonial. There we go. So of course, this is not going to work now because we don't have our testimonials. But now might be a good time to add some in Sanity Studio. So if we go to our testimonials, let's go ahead and add one. The name is going to be Sarah. The company is going to be, let's say, Netflix. And right here, we need to enter Sarah's image, but it looks like Sarah is not in the assets. So this is a time where you would go on LinkedIn and you would take Sarah's photo. But in this case, let's say that Sarah is really good at CSS design, so we're going to use CSS logo for her head. And the feedback is going to be, Mikhail is an awesome developer. There we go. And publish. We already had one testimonial from before, from Michael from Google. And let's say our Michael is like HTML. Great job, would recommend. Let's publish that as well. Great. So now if we go back to our React application, reload the page and scroll down, you're going to notice that we have just a big CSS logo. So now how are we going to style that CSS logo? Well, of course, that's not just a logo. It's going to be the entire testimonial message. So let's add a div with a class name equal to app __ testimonial and dash content. Inside of there, let's add a p tag that's going to be of a class name equal to p dash text. And there we can also render testimonials and then current index. Of course, this time we don't want the image URL, rather we want .feedback that the person left. Mikhail is an awesome developer. Great. Now you can notice that many times we're using this long line right here, testimonials, current index, something. Whenever you notice that you're reusing something quite a lot, definitely make sure to copy it, get it out right here, and then say const, let's do test as in short for testimonial, and paste it here. Then now you can just use every time test.something, and it's going to work the same as it worked right here. That's great. Below our p tag, we're going to have a div, and inside of that div, we're going to have an h4 with a class name equal to bold dash text, and there we're simply going to render test.name. Okay, Sarah posted this, and we can duplicate this, change this to h5, change the class name to p-text, and finally test.company, so that we know which company Sarah is from, and that is Netflix. Great. So this was our first div, and just below that, we're going to have one more div. This div is going to allow us to move across different testimonials. So it's going to have a class name equal to app __ testimonial dash btns, and also app __ flex. Inside of there, we're going to have a div. That div is going to have a class name app __ flex, and it's also going to have an on click. There, we're going to call a callback function, and then that callback function is going to call the handle click function, which we need to create. To that handle click function, we have to provide the number of the testimonial we want to see. And since this is going to be a back arrow, we can do current index -1. But what if we're already on the first index? Then we cannot go back. So what we can say, if the current index is triple equal to 0, then we're going to move to testimonials dot length -1. So we're going to move to the last testimonial. And if we're not on the first one, that means that we can go back. So it's going to be current index -1. And then inside of there, we can simply render hi chevron, and this is going to be left. Now we can duplicate this div below. And right here, this is going to be just a bit different. We're going to check if the current index is triple equal to testimonials dot length minus 1. So if we're currently on the last index, then we want to go to the first index. So that's going to be right here, 0. And if you're not on the last, we simply want to say current index plus 1. And of course, we have to create our handle click function. So just at the top, right here, we can say const handle click is going to be equal to, it's going to accept an index, and we can say set current index is going to be equal to index. That's all that we have to do. And now we have those two icons and we can move around. Of course, this is going to be the right icon. There we go. So now we have our Michael from Google, great job, would recommend, and also our Sarah from Netflix. Now below this entire testimonials.length, so below here, we're going to create one more div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app underscore underscore testimonials dash brands, and then app underscore underscore flex. There, we want to loop over the brands. So brands.map, we get an individual brand, and then we want to return a motion.div for that specific brand. Our motion is going to have some framer motion properties, such as while in view, we want to change the opacity from 0 to 1. Then the transition is going to last the duration of 0.5 seconds. And the type is going to be set to tween. And finally, since we're mapping over, we can provide a key equal to brand dot underscore ID. Inside of there, we simply want to render the brand image. So we can say img src URL for brand.img URL. And we can also provide the alt tag, which is going to be brand.name. I'm missing an extra curly brace here. And I think this is going to be it. So far, we haven't added our brands. So if we go here and add a new brand, let's go ahead and simply drag and drop the brand image. So in here, you can add the logos of the companies you worked for. So let's say we worked for New Balance. New Balance. Let's add a few more. Something like, let's do Skype. Let's also do Spotify. And let's also add Bolt. There we go. So now we have 4 different companies. Let's go back to our React application and reload the page. There we go. Huge logos are appearing right here. Of course, we have to style them to make them smaller. So now let's go back and let's focus on styling our testimonial page. We can do that by going to testimonial.scss. And since this is looking awful right now, we can immediately focus on styling this SVG image for the brand. That way, we don't have to look at those huge ass logos. Let's start with .app underscore underscore testimonial dash brands. Let's set the width to be 80%, as well as the flex dash wrap set to wrap and the margin dash top set to 2 rem. This is not going to change anything yet, but as we target the inner div, we can set the width of the inner div to 150 pixels. We can also give it a margin of 1.5 rem. Inside of this div, let's target our image and give it a width of 100%, like this. We can also set the height to be equal to auto, and the object fit can be set to cover. We can also apply a filter equal to gray scale and then 1. So this is going to make the logos appear dark at the start. But for some reason, looks like our styles are not getting applied. .app underscore underscore testimonial dash brands. So let's see if this is how we called it right here. Looks like I'm missing an I here and I have an extra S. So if we fix this, you can see that now our logos are looking sharp. Now, of course, they're not going to stay grayed out forever. Below this image, we can say and hover img, and then the filter is going to be grayscale 0. This is an amazing way to provide color on hover. Looking great. Below our hover, we can also apply a few media queries like add media, screen, and min width is going to be 2000 pixels. So let's change this to min. There, we can increase the width of the image just a bit to 210 pixels and increase the margin to be equal to 2 rem. On the other hand, we'll have to make this a lot smaller for mobile devices, where the max width is going to be around 450 pixels. There, the width is going to be 120 pixels and margin is going to be 1 rem. Finally, we can copy this media query, go below this curly brace right here, and there we want to set the width to be equal to 100%, and this is going to be for devices of the max width up to 800. So if we are on tablet devices or larger mobile phones, then we want this section to take 100% of the screen. Of course, now we are yet to style our main part, which is the testimonial. Let's start by scrolling above, and just above our app testimonial brands, we can add .app__testimonial. Our flex is going to be set to 1. The width is going to be set to 100%, and the flex dash direction is going to be set to column. Now our testimonials are going to go on top. Then we can change the .app__testimonial and then dash item. Let's change the width to be 60%. We're going to set a min height of 320 pixels. This is going to make it so that once we move through different testimonials, the height doesn't change, no matter how much text there is. Let's also apply a background dash color of var dash dash white and then dash color. There we go. We need to make this a display equal to flex. Of course, add a semicolon here. And then we need to add a padding of 2 rem. A border dash radius of 15 pixels is going to help just a bit to round the corners. And let's add a box dash shadow 0, 0, 30 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and then 0.1. That's going to make it float in the air. Finally, let's add a transition. And our transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds, ease in, out. So finally, we can style this image by saying img, width is going to be 100%, and the height is going to be 100% as well. Border radius is going to be 50% to make it rounded. And object dash fit is going to be cover. Then below this image, we want to apply some media queries. So let's say add media, screen, and min dash width is 2000 pixels. There, we can set the min height to be a bit higher, like 450 pixels, as well as the image to have a width of 150 by height 150 pixels as well. This is for extra large devices. And finally, we need 2 more media queries. So add media, screen, and max dash width. That's going to be 850 pixels for tablets and mobile devices. In there, we want to have a width set to 100% because for smaller devices, we want this testimonial to take the entirety of the screen. And finally, the last media query is going to say add media screen and max width 600 pixels. There, we simply want to change the flex dash direction to be column because there is no more horizontal space. So if you go below 600, you can see this comes below the icon. Great. So of course, our content still isn't styled. So what we can do is we can target the .app __ testimonial dash content. We can set the flex to be equal to 1, the height to be equal to 100%. In here, I can remove this auto. Padding can be set to 0 on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. And we can text align left. Finally, we want to change the display to be equal to flex dash direction to be set to column, justify dash content to be set to space dash around, and finally align dash items to be set to flex dash start. Okay, so now this is already looking just a bit more like it, but it's still not even close to what we want to have at the end. Let's change our p tag by saying p font dash size of 1.25 rem to make it a bit bigger. Let's also change the line dash height to something like 2 rem. We can change the color to be equal to var, and this is going to be black color. And we can also change the font dash family to be var and then dash dash font dash base. After that, we want to target our h4. Our h4 is going to have a font dash weight of 600. And the color is going to be equal to var and then dash dash secondary dash color. And let's also apply a bit of margin, more specifically margin dash top of 2 rem. There we go. Last things last, we have to apply our h5. So right here, our h5 is going to have a font weight of 400. It's going to have a color equal to var dash dash gray dash color. And the margin top is going to be set to 5 pixels. Now, this profile photo still seems quite too big for me. So let's see if we maybe mess something up with the image. And it looks like we did. I meant to type 100 pixels for the width and the height of the image, not 100%. And this is already making it look so much better. This is our testimonial. Now the last thing we have to do is style these buttons, which allow us to move through different testimonials. So just above the brands, we can say .app __ testimonial and then dash btns. There, we can change the flex direction to be set to row, and we can also give it a margin top to be equal to 1 rem, just to space it out a bit. We can target the div that's inside of that container and give it a width of 50 pixels, as well as the height of 50 pixels. Then we need to give it a border dash radius of 50%, and finally background dash color to be equal to var and then dash dash white dash color. Now we have 2 of these circles. Of course, we have to add a margin. So margin is going to be 1 rem, just like this. And let's also add a transition, which is going to be equal to all 0.3 seconds and then ease in out. Finally, we can target the SVGs inside of them and give them a width of 20 pixels and also height of 20 pixels. We can also change the color to be equal to var dash dash secondary dash color. That's changing the color of these little SVG icons. Now below that on hover, so we can do and hover, we can change the background dash color to be equal to var secondary color, and we can change the color of the SVG to be equal to white color, just to provide some contrast. So right here, that's going to be color white. There we go. So now if we hover, you can see that it changes color. And it looks like we misspelled something somewhere because these icons should be in the middle of these circles. So if we go back here, check out these circles, that's going to be app flex. and then app underscore underscore testimonial dash BTNs, as well as app flex. And class name is the thing that is wrong here. So if we fix that, you can see that now they are in the center, and this is looking great. The reason why there is so much empty space right here is because we added a minimum height to this element, and of course, everybody is going to write much longer recommendations for you, not just one sentence. So to simulate this properly, we can go back here to content. Maybe we can go under abouts, and we can copy what we have here, go back to our testimonials, and paste that here. This is definitely longer than what we've had so far, and maybe Sarah can say the same thing. So now let's save those documents, go back to our site, and reload the page. And there we go. This is already looking more like it, because now we have those longer testimonials, which people usually write, looking great. So now if we expand this on the entire site, you can see that we have a dedicated testimonial section. And for future employers or clients, it's definitely a great sign that somebody else left you a testimonial as well. We also have these brands that you worked with. This is looking great. Since we've also wrapped this component with the motion wrap, as soon as we scroll to it, you're going to notice that it's going to appear. It's extremely subtle, but it works. And with that said, there is only one last section to go, and it is the footer. You might think that it's going to be simple, but it's not just a basic footer. It is a contact me footer, and we're going to make it fully functional. So to start working with footer, we can collapse this, close all of our currently open files, and then Control-click the footer and open up the footer component. To start working on our footer, let's go ahead and import useState from React, as well as import images, which are coming from // constants. We'll also need to import the app wrap, as well as the motion wrap. And that's going to be coming from // wrapper. Then we'll have to import the client from // client. And finally, we'll have to import the footer CSS, which is already here. Now, just so we don't forget, let's immediately wrap our footer by saying app wrap. And then right here, we can call a motion wrap wrapper, pass in the footer, as well as the app __ footer class name. And finally, we have to say contact for the section ID and provide the background, app __ white BG. Now, motion wrapper is not here because that's going to be just motion wrap, of course. And if we save that, we now have our entire footer. The footer is going to take the full height of the screen because it's a section of its own. It's going to be a contact form. So to start working on our footer, let's go ahead and start with an empty React fragment. And inside of there, we're going to have an h2 with a class name equal to head-text. There, we're going to say, take a coffee and chat with me. There we go. Already looking a lot better. Now, below that h2, we're going to provide a div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to app __ footer -cards. Inside of that div, we're going to have two separate cards. So we can say div that's going to have a class name equal to app __ footer -card. Inside of that div, we're going to have an img tag that's going to have a source equal to images.email. And the alt tag is simply going to say email. Of course, we also have to provide an anchor tag, and that anchor tag is going to have a special href property, mail to. Whenever you use mail to, you can enter an email address like hello@mikhail.com. And then once you click on this link, it's going to lead you straight to his email. Let's just add a class name equal to p-text. And in here, we can say hello@mikhail.com. Of course, feel free to enter your own email right here. Now we can duplicate this div just below. And there, we're not going to render the email, rather we're going to render the mobile icon and rename this to mobile as well. There, we can use another special href property, which is called tel, as in telephone. And let's do something like +1, and let's continue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9. Of course, in here, you can share your own phone number. Let's copy it and put it right here in the anchor tag as well. Great. Now we have our email and we have our phone number. Of course, below we want to have our form. So what we can do is just let's leave some space here and create a div that's going to represent our form. It's going to have a class name equal to app__footer-form. And also space app__flex. Inside of there, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name equal to app__flex. There we can put our first input. So our input is going to have a class name equal to p-text, and then it's going to be of a type text. Placeholder is going to say your name. Value is going to be name. We're going to create it soon. And we also have to have an onChange, which is going to be handle change. Input. This is a function that we are yet to create. And of course, we also have to provide a name right here. So the name of this field is going to be name as well. Now we can essentially duplicate this div just below. Use this one for email. Placeholder is going to be your email. Name is going to be email. And value is going to be email as well. That's great. Now, of course, all of these things are not yet defined, but as soon as we implement all of the other input fields, we can focus on defining the states. So now below this div, we're going to have one more div, and this div isn't going to have a class name. Rather, inside of there, we're going to have a text area. That's going to be for our message. So let's add a class name equal to p-text. Also a placeholder equal to your message. Let's also do a value equal to message. Name is also going to be equal to message. And finally, onChange is going to be equal to handle change input. The last thing we of course need is going to be below this div, and that's going to be a button. Our button is going to be of a type is equal to button. It's going to have a class name equal to p-text, and it's going to have an onClick property equal to handle submit. And there we can simply say send message. There we go. So now let's go ahead and apply all of our use states. To create our use state, we can use that use state snippet, and let's call it form data. And then set form data, and at the start, it's going to be an empty object that's going to have a name set to empty string, as well as the email set to an empty string, and finally a message also set to an empty string. Then we want to have a special state, so one more state, called is form submitted. That way we'll know, are we currently showing the form or are we showing the success message? At the start, this is set to false. And finally, we need one more use state, which is going to be loading. So right here, use state snippet, loading. If we are loading, then we're going to show a loading message, and at the start we're not, so it's going to be false. Right here at our send button, we can dynamically check if we are loading, and if we are loading, then we're going to simply say sending. And else, if you're not, we're gonna say send message. Again, just a small touch, but it definitely makes a difference. So now that we have our state fields, we also need to destructure our form data, because notice right here, we're saying name, email, and not form data.something. So we can say const destructure the name, email, and the message, and that is coming from, or rather equal to, form data. So this here is called a process of destructuring. We're just pulling these values outside of this object. Then we also need a const handle change input function. And this function accepts a key press event. So right here, we can destructure something from that event. And that something is name and the value coming from or equal to e.target. So we're getting the input that we're currently typing in, and we want to get the name of that input and the value that's currently in there. With those values, we can dynamically set the form data. So we can call setFormData, create an object, destructure all of the current values that are there. So that's going to be form data, and then simply dynamically change the name to be equal to a specific value. This here is just a bit more advanced React. So if this doesn't feel natural to you, don't worry at all. This is something that takes practice. So with that said, we just have one more thing to do, and that is to implement the handle submit function. So we can say const handle submit is equal to, and that's it. While we're submitting it, we can set the loading to be equal to true. And then later on at the end, we're going to set the loading back to false. But this is already enough for the page to load. And at the bottom, we should be able to see our fields. Here they are. They look awful. So as soon as we do this handle submit, we're going to fix the styles. There, we have to form a contact object. We have to follow the sanity guidelines, so we can say the type of this specific object is going to be contact. It has to have a name equal to formData.name. It also has to have an email equal to an email. And finally, it has to have a message equal to a message. I just noticed that we destructured everything in here, so we don't have to say formData.something. And once we have the contact, this is the first time that we're using our Sanity client to upload the data from our application. Usually, we've done it using the CMS. So right here, we can say client.create, and we want to create.contact. Then we can get some data back, like the information if this has been successful or not. If it has been successful, then we can set the loading to be equal to false. And also we can set the setIsFormSubmitted to true. This here is going to help us to show a success message. So we can take this entire div and we can wrap it. More specifically, we can say if, so open a dynamic block and say if not is form submitted. In that case, we want to show this entire div. But else, we want to show something else. And that something else is just going to be a div that's going to have an h3 inside of it. And that h3 is going to have a class name equal to head text. And it's simply going to say, thank you for getting in touch. There we go. Of course, we have to end our curly brace right here. So now we're showing this code if the user hasn't submitted the form, and if they have, then we're going to show a success message. Great. Of course, to be able to see this in its full glory, we have to implement the styles. And you know the drill. We can go into our footer, open up the footer.scss, and start with the styles. Let's start with the footer itself. .app__footer. Then we can set the flex to be equal to 1 and the width to 100%. we can also change the flex dash direction to be set to column. That way, the title is going to appear above. Now, we're going to target the .app__footer dash cards. We want to give our cards a width of 60%. Let's save that. There we go. Also, let's give them a display is equal to flex. Justify dash content is space evenly. Align dash items is set to center. Flex dash wrap is set to wrap. And let's also give it some margin. Let's do something like 4 rem, 2 rem, and then 2 rem as well. There we go. Now these are spanning one below another. Now let's style the individual card by saying .app__footer dash card. Let's give it a min dash width to be equal to 290 pixels. Let's give it a display is equal to flex. A flex dash direction is set to row. Justify dash content is set to flex start, and align dash items is set to center. Again, no changes yet. But let's keep adding the margin, in this case, to 1 rem and 0, and let's add a padding of 1 rem. That's going to give them some space. Let's add a border dash radius of 10 pixels, as well as the cursor pointer. And finally, background color is going to be set to a whitish variant, something like FE F4 F5. There we go. Let's also add a transition, the same one we've been using so far, all 0.3 seconds, ease in out. And now the moment you've been all waiting for, we can style the image and give them a width of 40 pixels, as well as the height of 40 pixels. There we go. So now we have these two nice div containers where we have our contact. Let's also provide some margin, something like 0, and then on left and right, 0.7 rem. There we go. Let's style the p tag as well by making it a bit bolder. So we can give it a font dash weight of 500, or let's make it 600 to make it just a bit bolder. Let's also target the anchor tag. Let's, of course, set the text decoration to be equal to none. Already a lot better. And let's also copy the font weight to that anchor tag as well. There we go. I think for this 500 is going to be enough. Then once we hover over it, so we can say and hover, we want to apply a box shadow of 0, 0, 25 pixels, and the color is going to be FEF4 F5. There we go. Let's save it. And again, it is barely noticeable, but it's there. On mobile devices, we want this to take the entire screen. So what we can do is say add media, screen, and max width is going to be 450 pixels. So this is for mobile devices. And then there, we want to give it a width equal to 100%. And we want to copy this, go below our purple brace here, at least in my case, and then paste it. There, we want to also do the same thing with tablet devices up to 768 pixels. Just to differentiate these two cards a bit, we can call the .app__footer dash cards, and then target the .app__footer dash card, and then target the last dash child. In here, we can change the background dash color to be equal to hash F2 F7 FB. So this is going to be just a bit of a different color. And of course, I'm just missing an O here. So if we add that, you're going to notice that nice difference between the blue and this nice pink orange color. Great. So now finally, we can start styling the form. We can say .app__footer. We can give it a width equal to 60%, I think that should be more than enough. Flex dash direction is going to be set to column. There we go, already looking better. And let's give it some margin, like 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. Now we can go inside of there and target a specific div, just like so. Give it a width of 100%. We can also give it a margin of 0.75 rem on top and bottom and 0 on left and right to space them up a bit. Let's also give them a border dash radius of 10 pixels. And let's also give them a cursor of pointer. Finally, the most important thing is giving them a background color, and that is going to be var dash dash primary dash color. There we go. So now we have those divs. Let's also give it a transition. And the transition is going to be, again, the same one we've used so far. All 0.3 seconds, ease in, out. We can target all the inputs and all the text areas inside of our form by using a comma operator in between. Let's give them a width of 100%. Let's give them a padding of 0.95 rem. There we go. Also important, let's set that border to be equal to none. Okay, much better. Let's give them a border dash radius of 7 pixels. Not noticeable yet, but as we add a background color of primary color, you'll be able to notice that they get this nice bluish color. Let's also change the font family by saying font family is equal to font, or rather var dash dash font dash base. We also need to change that color to be equal to var dash dash, and then we're going to use a secondary color here. So let's say secondary dash color. The last important thing is to set the outline to be equal to none. Now, when you click on it, you won't get that ugly outline. Let's give our text area a bit of height by saying text area and provide a height of 170 pixels. Finally, once we hover, we can give it some animation or a box shadow. So let's simply copy that box shadow from above. There we go, hover, and paste it below our text area. In this case, we won't have this white color, but rather var dash dash primary dash color. So now if we hover, you should see just a light background effect, but that's how it should be, nothing major. Then below this parenthesis here, we want to finally style our button, padding of 1 rem on top and bottom and 2 rem on left and right. Let's round it a bit by giving it a border radius of 10 pixels. Let's also set the border to be equal to none. There we go, much better. Let's change the background color to be equal to secondary color. There we go. This is just a bit too much. But if we change the font weight to be 500, and if we change the color to be equal to var dash dash white dash color, then this is going to look much better. We can also remove that outline by saying outline is set to none, and also margin is 2 rem 0, 0, 0. There we go. Let's also change the font dash family to be equal to font dash base. And let's provide a cursor dash pointer, or rather not dash, setting the cursor to be pointer. And now we have this nice button. The last thing we have to do is provide a media query, which we can copy from here. This is for tablet devices. So let's simply paste it below our button. And that's going to be width of 100% and margin 1 rem and then 0. So this is looking so much better. Let's now expand it. And would you look at that? On full HD devices, it's looking great as well. But now, what do you say that we actually send our message? So imagine that you've built this great portfolio, you put it out there. Of course, people can email you by clicking this button or call you by clicking this button here. But let's say that somebody For example, Sarah wants to contact you through the form. The name can be something like sarah@gmail.com, and the message looks like it cannot be typed in because we have a mistake in our form. So if we get to the footer, we can see right here where our text area is that we have a message, and for some reason I left the name to be dynamic message instead of just a string of a message. So if we fix this, now we should be able to type inside of our form. Hello there, you, my man, are hired. There we go. And let's click send message. Sending, and thank you for getting in touch. This is looking great. Now you might be wondering, is this email going to go to our mail or how are we going to receive it? Well, I wanted to use Sanity to do absolutely everything. So you're going to receive your message through Sanity right here under contact. And there we go. Sarah sent us a message and that added this message right here. So in here, you can read their email, you can read their message, and then you can use your own email provider to respond back. Isn't that great? It just shows you that you can also add content to the database or the CMS through the forms that are on the page. That is great. Now let's open up the inspect tools to see how does the website look on mobile. And if we go to toggle device toolbar and go to iPhone 12 Pro, let's scroll to the top. There we go. Hello, I am Michael. I know that good apps mean good business. We have all of the things that we're good at. My creative portfolio section with different applications such as UI and UX, skills and experience. In here, we can see where we worked at specific years. Here is our great testimonial section, the companies we worked for, and finally, take a coffee and chat with me. This is looking great. So that's it. We also have these sections right here, which we can use to scroll through different parts. And that is looking great. The only thing that I can see is not fully done is the favicon on the top as well as the name of the site, but that's going to be an easy fix. We can go to our React application, go to public, index HTML, and then right here, you can put your name. So let's say Michael in this case. There we go. And the last thing you can do is change the favicon right here. In this case, let's try to use something from the assets, such as this logo right here. So what we can do is copy it, paste it in here. Of course, you would use your own logo right here. You can make it using a lot of the free logo providers on the internet, or you can just quickly design something on your own. And then we can say /logo.png. Now, if you save that, it looks like this logo doesn't fit with the favicon that well because it's not circular. Usually you want to have something that's square or a circle. So if we browse our assets a bit, we can see that there is a profile.png. Let's try with that, copy it, paste it into the public, and then finally right here, say profile.png. Okay, this is just a bit better, but looks like Michael is a happy guy, so that's going to be good for him. In your case, I will suggest simply use your first name and last name for the name, and for the favicon, use the initials of your last and first name. Great. And with that said, we've come to the end of creating this amazing portfolio website. Isn't this great? Of course, the main point of the portfolio is to add your own projects and your own knowledge and your own skills to it. So feel free to change it in any way. And most importantly, add some great testimonials about yourself, add the skills, and add the projects that you've created. Of course, as with every other JavaScript mastery video, now is the time to deploy this project. I'm not going to leave you here with an undeployed project. We're going to take it a step further and deploy it. So to start with that, we can close all of the files and folders, collapse everything, and get ourselves ready to deploy it. To deploy our React application, we can first stop it from running. So let's go ahead and press Ctrl C and then Y. Then you have to be sure that you are inside of the front-end React. And the only thing you have to do is run npm run build. This is the script that's going to run and build the optimized production build for your React application. This process usually takes just about half a minute, so I'll be right back. Even better, while that is going on, let's go ahead and open up the Netlify page. Netlify.com is what we're going to use to deploy our React application. It is incredibly quick. So let's go ahead and log in. In here, you're going to have a few of your sites. You can visit sites, and then the only thing you have to do is go to your file tree, front-end React, right-click the build folder, and then reveal in File Explorer. Once you do that, you can simply drag and drop the build folder right into here. This is going to deploy your site in a matter of seconds. So let's just wait, and there we go. You can also go to domain settings, and if we go under domains, options, edit site name, in here you can put your name. So let's do something like Michael, and that's going to be portfolio. Let's go ahead and save it. And now if you go to michael.portfolio.netlify.app, your app is now live and on the internet. You can share it with your friends. I was about to say put it on your portfolio, but this is your portfolio. So put some other applications on here. But what is happening? Our data is not here. But don't worry, that is completely fine. The only thing you have to do to fix this is go back to your terminal, cd ... cd into backend sanity, and run sanity manage. This is going to open up our management tools. You can go to API and then course origin. Now you can copy your current domain name and add it to the course origin. That way, we'll be able to send the data to this domain as well. And if you do that and reload the page, the data is going to appear. If this doesn't work the first time once you reload, you'll have to press Ctrl, Shift, and then R, which does a hard reload of the page, but eventually the data is going to appear. And this is looking great. A really important thing when it comes to deploying your portfolio is having a custom domain name and also incredibly fast hosting. So down below, I'm also going to include the link to my favorite hosting provider where you can get your own custom domain name. With that said, we are done. This is your portfolio. Isn't it great? Of course, you can change the image of our happy Michael here. You can change the logo. You can change the things that you're good at, as well as add your own projects to this portfolio, update the skills and experience, get some testimonials, and then wait for the messages that your clients or potential employers are going to send to you. Once you build this portfolio fully, make sure to post it on Twitter, tag me, JavaScript Mastery Pro on Twitter, and just JavaScript Mastery on Instagram. I would be happy to share your work. With that said, huge thanks to Sanity, not only for sponsoring this video, but also for creating such an amazing CMS platform that made all of this possible. That was it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.